My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Creativity is an extensive and powerful form of expression, especially for children, who often pour out their imagination onto paper in spontaneous and inhibited ways, whether intentional or free-form. Their art captures raw emotions, thoughts, and experiences that words might struggle to convey. This sense of unfiltered expression was central to the recent Hope Blooms Art of Bravery exhibition at the TCA Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. In partnership with the Children Living with Cancer Foundation, the exhibition showcased a collection of artworks that reflected the bravery, resilience, creativity, and inner worlds of children living with cancer, most of which emerged from art therapy workshops at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUT, where children were encouraged as they explore themes of hope, survival, and friendship. The compositions, spontaneous expressions, doodles, sketches, and vibrant experiments all allowed these young artists to let their feelings flow onto the canvas. These creations, which at times might seem awkward in appearance to some individuals, carries profound meaning, as the co-curator of the gallery, Phoebe Jeffrey Broha, commended the children's artistic outputs, acknowledging that these works are far more than playful creations. They represent vital channels of self-expression, helping the children navigate their emotions and finding comfort through their creativity.
The pieces for this particular exhibition were created during the workshops. As I mentioned before, we really wanted to focus on the joy that a lot of the children like to create and express. So this particular piece, for example, I believe was made by 3 children all at once. We very often see that the kids love to collaborate on pieces together. So something that is quite important to us is to track which child made which piece, how old they are, capturing the intent and the story behind the piece as well. And this piece in particular really stuck out to us, so this is the central piece for the exhibition. The Cancer Foundation has been around for 20 years now. The founder is Dr. Neka Nwobi, and they're very multifaceted, so their focus is on childhood cancer research. There's not a lot of research out there specifically about childhood cancer. Their second thing is supporting the families. So parents and siblings go through a number of things when a child has cancer. First of all, there's very intensive treatment such as chemotherapy. Very often they end up losing their jobs during the time that their child is receiving treatment because they don't have access to be able to care for their child and go to work. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing is helping to pay for cancer treatments as well.
The exhibition's theme, Hope Blooms, captured the idea that creativity can flourish even in the face of adversity. Through their artwork, the children not only communicated their hopes and struggles, but also built a sense of community, forming friendships that support them on their journey. The event aimed to raise awareness and funds, with proceeds directed towards initiatives that provide essential care and resources to children battling cancer.
These 2 particular pieces are part of a 4-part series that the Children's Art Gallery did in the workshop that we did with the Cancer Foundation at Lagos University Teaching Hospital. These in particular are calligraphy prints. Something that we really try to focus on when we're doing the workshops is educating with intent. So instead of just saying, oh, this is how you paint, we're looking at, okay, what do kids need that kind of builds their educational blocks. And we also look at cultural ties as well. So maybe teaching about traditional crafts that aren't typically covered in schooling. So now with the calligraphy prints, the method directly kind of ties into the method of how you would make batik fabrics or dire fabrics, for example. So calligraphy prints are blocks that you take and then you tie various things around them like strings or different 3D elements, and then you actually stamp the paper or the fabric. So that was quite dynamic for the kids. I think they really enjoyed it. Obviously working with something that's very tactile for them. I know I keep saying this, but this is also one of my favorite pieces from the exhibition. It's not often that we see such intense portraiture done. I think a lot of children, well, for this particular exhibition, a lot of them tried to focus on maybe landscape pieces. This piece is titled Inner Reflection, and it's a very conceptual piece. I think it's a representation of kind of how one sees themselves in other people. You know, if you have someone who's supporting you, who's looking at you with a loving perspective, you're going to look at yourself with that same perspective as well. And so you almost see this image that is almost a mirror, but not quite. There's two people that look similar to each other, that are gazing at each other, but they're also independent from each other.
Open to the public in order to engage with the artwork and contribute to the cause, the exhibition served as a touching reminder of the healing power of creativity and how such initiatives can uplift young artists and their families. Supporting events like Hope Blooms not only acknowledge the bravery of these children, but also helps foster a future where their creativity, resilience, and strength can continue to flourish. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to, bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300%, just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiation between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Today, we journey through the history of Nigeria's past Central Bank of Nigeria governors, Roy Pentalo Fenton. Our story begins with Roy Pentalo Fenton, a British banker who became the first governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria in 1958. Fenton's role was foundational. He laid the framework from the institution and established policies to stabilize the newly independent nation's economy. Aliyu Mai Borno. In 1963, Aliyu Mai Borno became Nigeria's first indigenous governor. Mai Borno focused on building the Nigerian banking system and ensuring financial accessibility for citizens, helping to extend the reach of banking services across the country. Clement Young Isong. Clement Isong's tenure saw Nigeria through the Civil War era. maintaining economic stability despite great adversity. Known for prudent fiscal management, SOUQ introduced measures to safeguard Nigeria's reserve, which supported the economy during challenging times. Adamu Shiroma. Adamu Shiroma, the fourth CBN governor, implemented reforms that prioritized Nigeria's financial independence. His leadership advanced local financial policies and boosted Nigerian economic sovereignty during a period of rapid global change. Ola Vincent was instrumental in strengthening Nigeria's banking system. His policies were targeted towards achieving price stability and moderating inflation, helping lay the groundwork for a resilient banking sector. Abdul Qadir Ahmed. During Nigeria's economic challenges of the 1980s, Abdul Qadir Ahmed led the CBN for over a decade. His efforts included managing Nigeria's debt and implementing the Structural Adjustment Program (SAP), which had long-lasting effects on the Nigerian economy. Paul Onguma, the first governor under Nigeria's Fourth Republic, focused on reforms to modernize the financial sector, improving CBN's operational efficiency and enhancing regulatory oversight in a time of political transition. Joseph Sanusi ushered in the new millennium, initiating key banking sector reforms. His work focused on transparency and improving Nigeria's banking system, setting the stage for a more stable and robust financial environment. Charles Soludo's tenure marked a transformative period with his sweeping bank consolidation program, reducing the number of banks from 89 to 25. Soludo's initiative strengthened banks' capital base, making them more competitive on a global scale. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, known for his outspokenness, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi introduced major reforms to curb corruption within the banking sector. His bold moves stabilized the sector and emphasized the importance of accountability and transparency. Godwin Emefiele. During Godwin Emefiele's tenure, Nigeria faced economic downturn caused by global oil price fluctuations and the COVID-19 pandemic. Emefiele's policies focused on stabilizing the naira, promoting local production, and launching various intervention programs to support small and medium enterprises. Folashodun Shonubi was appointed as acting governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria by President Bola Tinubu. He took charge in a period marked by digital innovation and pressing financial challenges. His focus includes advancing digital finance while working to further stabilize the economy. Yemi Cardoso. President Bola Tinubu on September 15, 2023, appointed Yemi Cardoso as the new Central Bank of Nigeria's governor. He has initiated several reforms to stabilize the naira and pay the backlog of international airlines trap funds. Each governor has navigated unique economic tides, shaping Nigeria's financial landscape in pivotal ways. As Nigeria looks towards the future, the legacy of these leaders endures, serving as both the foundation and inspiration for the next guardians of the Central Bank of Nigeria. However, it is baffling that despite Nigeria's strides, a woman has never held this critical office. Why? Structural barriers, deeply rooted gender biases, and cultural expectations have limited female representation in top financial positions. Although women like Sarah Alade serve as acting governor and prove capable, a full-time female governor has yet to be appointed. The absence of female leadership in this role is a reflection of broader challenges faced by women in Nigeria's financial sector. But as more women break barriers, perhaps it is only a matter of time before we witness the first woman as the Central Bank of Nigeria governor. A milestone that would echo far beyond the central bank, symbolizing progress and inclusivity in Nigeria's journey. Juvi Ufiene, SOUQ News TV.
From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the bigger one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium white target, vegetable block wax is a medium one. If you touch it, you see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's just the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not.
Not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes. You know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to show as an African wear. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how double the market is, there are influx of it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos. When you bring it out, other people will people will all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you not see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. They say that it's outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some, like this one that is here now, is an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform, if you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric. Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace.
We can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Good morning to you, Blessing. Good morning, Doctor.
Really, my pleasure to have you on the set.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here.
If you like, you can call me the lucky woman who is seated between two men. So
it
this
used
man,
to be blessed. Are you among
well, this
women?
is the year
But now it's blessed and you among
2025.
men.
So things have changed, and they've changed for
Yeah,
better.
the world is dynamic, so we keep moving and driving the process of change. Things can change. Yesterday we used to know what sexes were, but today some say there are about 52 types of gender now. We don't know where we're going.
Okay, but in America, you know that would not work once Donald Trump gets sworn in as the president of the United States. He has said that only two gender would be acknowledged, male and female.
Yeah, I think that's one of his perspectives, and that's actually formed in his manifesto that, actually gave him to take over the seats of power. So I'm not sure he needs to put action or put words to action or put action to words. Immediately he takes over the reins of power, being sworn in as the president.
7 days from today, we'll see what happened in America.
We still have about a week. So this show has segments. The first we'll bring it to you is something you do not want to miss. And something we do not want to miss is us tracking some important stories for you this morning.
First, a quick look at the headlines of the stories we are tracking this morning. Government of Nigeria begins to implement the new withholding tax regulation. United States to return $52.88 million galactical assets to Nigeria. Tinubu in Abu Dhabi set for ADSW in 2025. US, UK intensifies sanctions against Russia. Los Angeles wildfire continues with 16 deaths recorded.
And now to the stories. The federal government of Nigeria has commenced implementation of the 2024 withholding tax regulations. Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, announced the kickoff on his official X account on Wednesday, 1st January. According to Oyedele, small and medium enterprises and manufacturers are exempted from the new tax regulation. Highlighting the importance of the withholding tax regulations, Oyedele said the move is expected to alleviate administrative challenges and financial constraints, thereby fostering growth and innovation in the tax sector. The 2024 withholding tax regulations were approved in July 2024 and published in the Official Gazette in October same year, with the revised regulations coming into effect from 1st January 2025. This development comes amid controversies that have continued to trail the 4 tax reform bills in the country.
Now, the United States government has announced plans to repatriate $52.88 million recovered from the galactical assets linked to former Nigeria's Minister of Petroleum, Diziani Alison Madueke, to Nigeria. The announcement was made on Friday, 10th January, by Nigeria's Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, during a formal signing ceremony held in Abuja. Fagbemi disclosed that $15 million would be allocated through the World Bank to support rural electrification projects across Nigeria. The remaining $2.8 million will be used by the International Institute of Justice to expand Nigeria's justice system and strengthen anti-corruption efforts. Fagbemi commended the U.S. government for its collaboration, emphasizing the importance of transparency in the fund's utilization. U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, highlighted the significance of monitoring the funds to ensure their effective use in improving the lives of Nigerians.
And President Bola Tinubu arrived in Abu Dhabi on Sunday, 12th January, for the 2025 edition of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, ADSW 2025. Tinubu was received by a UAE cabinet member and Minister of the State in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Shakbut Al-Nayan. In a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, Tinubu is expected to discuss his administration's reforms, including those related to energy sufficiency, transportation, public health, and economic development. The ADSW 2025 brings together global leaders to accelerate the transition to a sustainable economy and foster interconnected solutions to socio-economic growth. The theme of the summit is the Nexus of Next, supercharging sustainable progress. The Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week 2025 runs from January 12 to January 18, 2025.
Now, the United States Department of Treasury on Friday, 10th January, took sweeping action to fulfill the G7 commitment to reduce Russian revenues from energy, including blocking 2 major Russian oil producers. The measures target more than 200 entities and individuals, ranging from traders and officials to insurance companies, as well as hundreds of oil tankers. In the first of its kind move, the United Kingdom also joined the U.S. in sanctioning the 2 major Russian oil producers, which are Gazprom Neft and Sojerneft Gas. According to the U.S. Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, the United States is taking sweeping actions against Russia's key source of revenue for funding its brutal and illegal war against Ukraine. This action builds on and strengthens our focus since the beginning of the war on disrupting the Kremlin's energy revenues, including through the G7 Plus price cap launched in 2022. With today's action, we are ratcheting up sanctions risk associated with Russia's oil trade, including shipping and financial facilitations in support of Russia's oil export, she said. The Department of State is also taking steps to reduce Russia's energy revenues by blocking 2 active liquefied natural gas projects, a large Russian oil project, and third country entities supporting Russia's energy export. The U.S. is further designating numerous Russia-based oil field service providers and senior officials of State Atomic Energy Corporation, Rosatom. President Joe Biden has said Russian leader Vladimir Putin was in tough shape, adding that it's really important that he not have any breathing room to continue to do the god-awful thing he continues to do, Biden said.
On a sad note, Los Angeles County officials have said the ongoing fire threat remains very high. 3 blazes continue to burn around Los Angeles, with the largest being in Palisades, which is now burned through 23,000 acres and is 11% contained. The Eaton fire is the second biggest and is burnt through 14,000 acres with 27% containment, while the Hearst fire has grown to 799 acres and has also been almost contained. The Federal Emergency Management Agency Administrator Dean Criswell said on Sunday, 12th January, that active duty military personnel were standing ready to be deployed to help contain the wildfires, adding that FEMA has the funding needed to support the response efforts. The La Medical Examiner's Office report revealed that the wildfires have led to 16 deaths, with around 105,000 residents still under evacuation orders and 87,000 under evacuation warnings. Celebrities including Mel Gibson, Paris Hilton, Billy Crystal, Miles Teller, and reality stars Spencer Pratt and Heidi Montag have all had their homes destroyed by the wildfires. The fires have affected multiple celebrities, ripping through exclusive suburbs in Southern California, which is home to film stars and billionaires. According to California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, the first fire started in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of Los Angeles at 10:30 local time on Tuesday, 7th January 2025, with investigators still trying to find out the exact trigger for the worst firestorm in recent memory. That brings to a close what you do not want to miss. Let's take a break and now begin to look at the issues raised in the news.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. The Supreme Court has given Nigerians something to chew, something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said one or two things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians, in particular, than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local governments were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local governments be. In those judgments, the apex court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwon versus Governor of Oyo State 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state House of Assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the Constitution does not intend to grant and guarantee autonomy to the local government can be described as sheer aggrandizement and the selfish instinct to conquer and make the local government mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will embark on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government funds should be remitted. The Apex Court did not make the order then because it was not sought. As we all know in law, the court is not a Father Christmas. Contrary to the thinking in many quarters, the local government's autonomy is an all-encompassing issue. It is not only financial, it is political and administrative. The local governments have for long suffered in the hands of governors who treat the council chairman like selves. The chairman must go to them or be removed from office with ignominy. Local governments may not be known under a federal system like ours in the same way that the federal government and the states are recognized, but they have a constitutional role to play in governance. The states should allow them to play this role. This is what the Supreme Court had been saying in a number of judgments, but the message did not sink well until July 11th, 2024. The clincher or final blow was his bearing of the states from no longer taking custody of the funds of local governments. By that singular action of striking down Section 162B of the Constitution, the Apex Court pulled the rug from under the feet of the states. Up till now, they do not know what has hit them. They are stunned. All the humiliation, suppression, and oppression of local governments have now stopped. The local government council have now been set free. All eyes are on the chairman and their councillors to develop and enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the path of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News who had the courage to transcend a locked-off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279% driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBC) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rate at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Many thanks for staying tuned to the front banners. From the stories we tracked this morning, let's take a deeper look at some of them. And we'll begin this morning looking at the repatriation of $58.88 million looted funds by the former Minister for Petroleum, Diziani Alison-Madukwe, back to Nigeria. So this money is going to come in two tranches. First, $50 million would be repatriated through the World Bank for the purpose of rural electrification in Nigeria, and the other 2.88 million will be used by the International Ministry of Justice to help that ministry. But like you already know, I have my Igbo anchors with me, Dr. Idosa Osamaze and Oyebere Joseph in the house. Looking at the return of $58.88 million looted fund by the former Minister for Petroleum, that's one recovery. And $58 million is still a large sum of money given the exchange rate between the dollar and the naira.
Well, I think it's quite amazing that we're having this conversation this morning about recovered loot. It's not the first time, and it's not the first person. If you followed news, you remember that around 1986 or thereabout, the then military president of Nigeria was wondering why the country has not collapsed in terms of the way monies were moved out of the country. One intends to see people who have the opportunity and access to the global resource of the country use them for their private businesses, and then, of course, the nation suffer at the end of the day. One problem, of course, that the nation itself has suffered with the return of loot is the fact that looted, refund, relooted. These challenges that we see that these monies are tied to specific project that at the end of the day we can say, yes, $50 million was returned to Nigeria, and that $50 million will be channeled to the building of Lagos or a road, and people can see the impact of that fund. And I think that's where the real challenge is for us as a people, You hear this figure, and they come in. What happened to the fund? It's another business completely. But what really was interesting was the fact that the second tranche of this money was to strengthen and build institutions for the Nigerian judiciary. Hopefully that this will help digitize that system so that cases administration in the Nigerian judicial system become much more effective. And then we are able to actually see that the judiciary are up and doing and continue to maintain that mantra that they are the last hope of the common man. And I think this is important, it's instructive that we are having this recovery. The other side of it is that the woman can't even be brought home because of extraditions, complete cases here and there, so that people can actually pay for their crime.
Also, you took the words out of my mouth when you expressed your worry about what the money will be used for. It takes my mind back to the Abacha loot. Yeah. Several of it have been returned. More than 11 times we've had Abacha loot returned to Nigeria. But what has happened to the money? It seemed like as it's returned, it's been relooted. Now for this, the $50 million has been purposed for rural electrification. Who's going to oversee that money, that project, to ensure that it is not taken from one hand and given to the other hand? And now the person in question here, the former Minister of Petroleum, is not even within the country. The thing is, how do we even wait for things like this to happen and the people leave the system? Now these issues drag on. It seems as though it's the foreign countries where this money are domiciled that even help us fight this issue of anti-corruption. On our own part, what have we done? It's not just Diziani. What have we done to other public officers who served and embezzled funds? What have we done to serve as, something that will make others not want to toe that line? Because they do it and they escape, they go scot-free. Where is she today? Dominican Republic, living life. So it just seemed like nothing ever happens. So even when people get into office again, they want to do the same thing. After all, nobody has been jailed. Nobody is serving time in Nigeria for embezzlement of funds.
Well, for me, Diziani Allison's case hearing about cases of people who were in government and looted funds is no news to Nigerians anymore. And at the moment, Nigerians are more interested on what the looted funds will be used for. And they just don't want to see what this is the purpose for which it's going to be used, rural electrification, like Ms. Janet Yellen has said. But the monitoring of those projects, if you look at it from the business angle, $50 million into Nigeria's economy, sector-specific electricity development. Mind you, the national grid, how many times has it collapsed?
We can't count. We lost count at some point.
Okay, now let's look at it from another perspective. During the weekend, we were told that there was, okay, fine, let me use that as a rumor, okay, a mooted word that the national grid was going to collapse for the first time in 2025 because there was blackout yesterday across the countries. So if we are channeling $15 million into the rural electrification project in Nigeria with incessant collapse of the national grid, we know that we have money, even though the 2025 budget too is going to, put aside a large chunk of money to take care of electricity. The United States that is returning this money, of course, has signed some memorandum with Nigeria, memorandum of understanding with Nigeria, that this is the purpose for which this money will be used. And so they equally have the obligation to monitor the way this money will be expended, most especially for electricity and the upliftment of the Nigerian judiciary. How does this translate to this visible impact that the common Nigerian can see and say, oh yes, these funds were actually used in the right direction? How do you and I know if the judiciary has been impacted with $2.88 million?
Yeah,
I don't think we should even consider the judiciary, because we should be looking at capital-intensive sector like the electrification and agriculture.
The problem which we face is the fact that we have a system that is so big in terms of how it operates. Like normally people define corruption. How do they say it? Is corruption is equals monopoly plus discretion, in bracket minus transparency, then minus accountability.
Who derived the formula? I'm just interested.
So in corruption studies, that's what you find, that where people have monopoly, and then of course you have given them excessive discretion in terms of how funds or authorities are applied, and there's no transparency, there's no accountability, then of course you find that this happens. Where we have fundamental issue is the fact that the state needs to get to that point. And I think that should be on the front burner of our president. How do we digitize the entire process of governance so that on a dashboard we can see what is happening? We have been talking about rural electrification since I was born.
I can imagine.
Yes.
And now it's old.
Rural electrification.
Okay.
And it's never going to end. Because it's like a source that some people have created and as avenue to take money out. Electricity is commercial. And I think that if people want electricity, for example, to do small businesses, those who are investing in that value chain should put money down to distribute electricity to rural area. That is if it is profitable. Here, you are having a government recovery fund, and you're going to put it into rural electrification. Which are these rural areas? Where do they live? Can TCN, for example, or the National Electricity Regulation Commission, tell us how many rural areas in Nigeria are not electrified? Where are these rural areas? Which states do they? So that in terms of even planning our budget, we can now make provisions for these rural areas. And said, okay, we have about 20,000 rural areas that have no access to electricity. And this is where the areas are. What is the population of these people? What kind of economic activity or commerce happens in this area? So that we can also be able to define and say, what is electricity supposed to be doing for this rural area? So these are all the challenge, because almost everything that you see around us, they are all cover and people cannot see through it because there's absolutely lack of transparency within the system. And that's why a lot of Nigerians are not able to actually say, yes, government say they are going to do something and they want to believe, because government is losing a lot of credibility because there's no transparency so much in the system. So we can hear the money come, but how the money goes, we don't even follow up. And I think that's also part and parcel of what we should do, and ask people to define what rural electrification means, where is this rural electrification, so that journalists can also take their camera to these places and see whether the electrification has happened after the money has been returned.
I'm assuming that since the project's earmarked for this sum is rural electrification, so the Ministry of Power is going to oversee this. So that means that if there has to be monitoring and tracking, it has to be through the Ministry of Power. Coming down to rural electrification, you mentioned how many times that severally the national grid has collapsed. So I don't think that the focus even should be providing solutions that will go through that. It should be more for off-grid solutions. We're talking about having an energy mix where there are different sources of power. So if we have $50 million, yes, we may not be able to do renewable energy because of the expensive nature of it. And then we have what it is or what it takes to generate power as natural resources. We have coal, we have other sources through which we can generate power. Why not develop, first of all, generation of power that can serve and sustain power? And then it can be sited, we can have transmission plants sited within certain rural areas, so that this is a transmission plant, or this is a transmission that serves this particular area. So those that are connected to the national grid, for instance, you let them be. Those that do not have power and need connection, you connect them that way, so that the burden on the national grid also reduces. So I think there's a lot that $50 million can do for Nigeria, even if we say it's for rural electrification projects. But you cannot solve the issue of connecting people with power, whether they live in the rural area, without first addressing the issue of generation and transmission, which also involves the already existing generation houses and the transmission houses. So if you want to continue to do business, you mentioned a very key point. People who are in this business must be ready to put money. So if the Ministry of Power wants this to succeed, it must first of all move to sanitize the power sector. Else it will just be like you're putting money in different places, you're spreading your efforts without actually channeling them decisively and intentionally into what you want them to do. If you have local investors or people who are already servicing these areas, there are some areas that are being serviced locally with renewable energy and they pay. Is it about having them come on board? If they have to partner to become a big firm, support them with this money, maybe as loans, so they can be able to power those areas sustainably.
Yeah, but I think another thing that we must also put into context here is the fact that even as a people, we are afraid to allow forces of the market to determine what prices are. And that's the major challenge for the Nigerian state. You see, when you are setting up a business, for example, whatever thing you want to do as a business, you have inputs in. And then these inputs are coming into this business. Everybody sit down, evaluate, and know what inputs come in. And then you also look at what the price that comes into this environment. And then we can determine what the market price of that particular product is. That's the same reason why the federal government is still holding on to transmission. I believe that the transmission itself should be privatized so that the entire value chain of electricity in Nigeria, whether it's generation, transmission, or distribution, are run as a business. What NEC will do is only to ensure that there are adequate and right pricing so that the public are not overburdened with excessive pricing. So this is a fundamental that the government must have to address, that if we are a market economy, we should allow the forces of market to determine some of all these things. So that if, for example, with decentralized generation of electricity, that I as an individual, and I can generate electricity and sell to whoever I want to, and then we can also trade that electricity in one trading outfit, like the way we are selling Nigerian stock exchange market. And then you have the power exchange market, where people freely generate electricity and they stock with the exchange, and the exchange sell to people. And those who generate get their money straight from the exchange. And then if that system is done, so we can actually see who is moving in money here, and the problem of electricity, we will have solved it. And I think India has done that, really, that they have been able to commercialize both generation, transmission, and distribution. And everybody get value for it. And today, India is not just only energy sufficient, India is also generating energy for about 3 countries that are surrounding it. So that is because somebody once told me who worked in TCN that if we do things right in the Nigerian power sector, it will give Nigeria more money than the oil sector and then more than the telecom sector. But unfortunately, we're always afraid that, oh, by the time this thing is done, prices will go up. But the truth of the matter is that if suppliers are not restricted by law or regulation, so that we don't create monopoly or oligopoly within the system, you will find that competition within the system itself will help determine what the eventual price will be. And I think running away from that to say, okay, government must continue to put money in electricity so that people it can be affordable to the people, because the elite that govern Nigeria always hide under the gap of the poor people cannot pay to shortchange the system. But what India did in their own case was to first and foremost identify who are Indians. And every Indian were given card, and they were all synced to their bank, and those who have no bank, the system created bank account for them. So they were able to determine who were actually the very poor people in India. And so rather than pay the subsidy on electricity, subsidy on petrol to the middlemen who were doing the business, they actually paid the subsidy directly to the common man. So the account of the man who is in the rural area who needs to buy electricity but have no more money to buy, government augments it by sending the cash straight to his bank account. And that solves a lot of problems. So the middlemen can no longer use the poor as the reason for negotiation. Because when you go, for example, proceed at National Assembly, say I'm representing my constituency. I'm here to really find somebody who is representing his constituency. Because the truth is, people are representing themselves, but they need to use those poor so that they can continue to justify what resource that they put from the center. And this is a problem.
Okay, let me quickly react to what some of the things you said. I agree that that model India used in the aspect of giving the money, the subsidy directly to the less privileged would work. But I do not agree that privatizing all the subsectors in the power industry will be the solution. The reason I say this is this. Take a look at the way the discos have functioned. They are privatized, yet it didn't translate to the competition that was envisaged. Look at their equipment. If you were to acquire a prepaid meter today in Nigeria, you know how Herculean that task is. It's almost like they're giving it to you for free. You pay. It takes a lot before you even get the meter delivered to you. If there was anything wrong with your transformer, it is those within that area that contribute money for the servicing or repurchase of a transformer. They have not invested. Even for the power that is being transmitted to them, they do not take as much as being transmitted to them because they do not even have the equipment or the facility to take as much power as is being transmitted. I think that if the transmission company is privatized, we will have more trouble within the power sector in terms of pricing. Because then it might be a case of, so because it's fully commercial now, you sell to discos that you're comfortable doing business with. So that may affect some areas. Some discos may not have
look at it this way. Look at it this way, Priya. Yeah. You see, when the telecom sector was privatized, nothing was left in the hand of government. All the operators were allowed to run their business, and nobody is giving them any subsidy. You see, we have made some regulations here in Nigeria. I remember when Fashola was the Minister of Power, I said, look, if nobody gives you power, the person should not collect money. Why are these not giving power? Because there is nobody, the regulators are not doing their job. I once had a meeting in the UAE about 3 or 5 years ago. We were sitting down, and somebody from the regulatory agency was around. The committee chair from the House of Rep was around, and we were having the same conversation and say, okay, this is power sector. We gave discos, right to say, okay, we have given disco. If you say, like they say in Yoruba land, if you give somebody a goat, you don't hold on to the rope. Disco has 60% contribution, federal government have 40% in it. So it's difficult to actually start to prosecute, the federal government to prosecute itself. Because it's part and parcel of the disco. But in the case of the telecom, federal government didn't have any share in MTN. So NCC could regulate MTN if they are misbehaving. They could regulate Airtel if they are misbehaving. They could regulate Etisalat if they are misbehaving. Because government has no interest in it. But in the discourse, government has interest. Because they didn't fully sell it. So this is a challenge, and that is why the process of what they call the commercialization of the distribution was not done well, because there were a lot of political interest in it. What I'm advocating is that federal government remove its hand completely and allow disco to be. If you want to deregulate distribution, allow many people to enter.
But the federal government has a hold over the Transmission Company of Nigeria.
Yeah,
that is why it is named the Transmission Company of Nigeria. And if transparency is going to take place, let's not completely ignore the House of Representatives and the Senate that has the eagle eye to probe the activities of the federal government, including state government, and all the institutions managing, including the DISCOs, the GENCOs, the generating capacities. And these members of the Green Chamber and the Red Chamber are completely out of the picture. It's as if, oh, this is their business. Let them handle it. On the other hand, there was another argument that it's not the issue about pricing or price regulation or who is playing what role, but that the federal government, the generating companies, are able to generate, you could hear 15,000 megawatts. And we were told, okay, you generated 50,000 megawatts. Why are we not transmitting 15,000 megawatts? There's a problem with the transmission.
Yeah, that's the problem.
To the distribution companies. And so the distribution companies, even though they can tell us that they are up to the task to distribute, but they don't have the facilities, the assets, to be able to utilize the 15,000 megawatt, for example, that would have been generated by the GENCOs to the specific areas that needed this light. And so everyone goes back to alternative power source. And for me, electricity is more like the fuel. You remove fuel subsidy, and the nation is suffering for it, and is still suffering for it. You leave electricity completely into the hands of the private sector without regulatory authority from the government. You would have shortchanged small businesses, because as we talk, it's like every three months they are increasing power tariff. Those in band A, do you know how much they pay? Those in band B, how much do they pay? Imagine a manufacturing organization paying such amount of money for electricity to produce or to manufacture common goods that is good for the man at the ebb of society. It's going to increase production costs. Productivity, they might want to overburden staff because they will need to retrench a few in order for them to save costs and to cut down on overhead. And this will have its toll on Nigerians as well. The government itself has a hand in this, but it's not looking at it squarely to address that problem. The challenge in the electricity sector is we have myriad of challenges. And if both the executive arm of government, the legislative arm of government play their roles effectively, and it gets to the table of the judiciary, and they play their role objectively, I think we will be heading to a productive state.
If we must move on as a country, my perspective, if we are to become really either a developed economy, as we all are envisaging to be, and have good life, the role of the market, we can't take it away. as long as people still leverage the loophole and the opacity in the system to help themselves, because this is what we're talking. We're not talking about electricity.
Okay,
we're only talking about the money that is returning.
Yes.
You see, because this is what is actually, take for example, between 2009 and 2014, which is the period we are talking about where this money left Nigeria, over 25 billion US dollars was spent on the turnaround maintenance of our refinery that didn't produce any single oil. Somebody oversaw that ministry.
So how do we now ensure?
So this is what it is, because the government, government is saying, oh, I want petrol to come and so that people can buy petrol very cheap, and therefore we have to invest money. And somebody sit down and said, okay, yes, we must put money in petrol. Government is borrowing money and putting in petrol. As their borrowing money is coming in here, the money is moving out here to another place. But that's just one dimension of the conversation. The other dimension, which we have not touched at all, how is the Attorney General of Nigeria going to institute a case against the US? Because the man who stole money and the person who received stolen fund, they are both guilty.
Shouldn't we concentrate our energy first on ensuring that those who steal from here, they're first penalized here, even before they escape, and even if they do? Because even if the case is instituted against the US, we have people moving around, some of them still in government. They've moved from one position to another, who have cases of corruption against them. And we saw that nothing happened. The EFCC went after some of them, and the matter was heated for a while, and the case drags on. So if we do not do our own, we do not have internal justice, do we have the standing to be calling for justice elsewhere?
Oh, we should, really. We should. It's important, because it's not the government that is stealing. It's individuals that are stealing.
But
so
the Ministry of Justice is an offshoot of the government.
Yeah, we must be able to establish this, because you find that those in the West looked at us and said, oh, you guys are too corrupt. But they are the ones that are warehousing the corrupt money taken from this.
The United States does not owe you the responsibility to return your stolen funds. It doesn't owe Nigeria at all. The reason why the United States... Just a moment. No,
they do.
No,
by
international law.
Don't. By international law.
The United States...
No. By international law. They do. They also obligation. It's just to say that the criminal is... somebody committed a crime here and run to the US. There are international procedure for the recovery and the extradition of such person. So what the Ministry of Justice had done was to follow that international protocol. And that's why this deal is being signed between Nigeria and the US to say, you have to return our fund. But my own is to stretch the argument a little further, that the man who received a stolen fund himself is a thief.
No. Shouldn't we be commending the man who identified that this is
a stolen fund?
No.
And returned the money.
No. We identified that funds were stolen. EFCC has been on this case.
Just a moment,
so
please.
It's not about, they didn't come to tell us that they saw our money somewhere.
Just a moment.
EFCC has been on the case, and EFCC has tracked this money to the United States of America. So what we're saying is that we say our money is in your custody. So just like they are stealing our money, putting it in Switzerland, stealing our money, putting it in France, stealing our money, putting it in the US, we should also institute. Then we go to the General Assembly of the United Nations to say anybody who receives a stolen phone is a thief as well.
The United States does not
actually make them also culpable. So we are not going to be saying that people should be looking that if I am bringing money into your economy, for example, then the state must be able to verify how clean this money is.
I think the bigger problem is internal. We should be looking at how to block the loopholes and make it easy for people to take out such money. Imagine one person in one recovery, $52.88 million. How did that money leave the system without being noticed? For a very long while, it took the EFCC time to track that money. We should be focused on blocking those loopholes that make it easy for public officers to have access to such funds easily, rather than looking at those who are outside. If my child takes what belongs to me and keeps it in your house, I think I have more of the responsibility to caution my child. And ensure that it's not easy for my child to take what belongs to me.
The position of the law is that if you fake something that is stolen, whether you know it or not, you become liable.
No, it's as if I am selling goods. I sell goods. You came to my store to buy things. I don't have the right to ask you, where did you get your money from? This quote-unquote thieves or fraudsters didn't just ferry the money out of Nigeria in the name of I'm stealing funds from the coffers or the treasury of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I'm taking. They do it strategically in a way that you cannot notice. They do this. They have companies abroad. They have registered companies in the United States of America. These individuals have registered companies that they have interest in Abu Dhabi, in France, in the UK. So if they are going to ferry money out of Nigeria, they do it strategically through NGOs. The United States government know these NGOs that are registered, and they know that they've been doing business with these NGOs, irrespective of whatever country they are coming from, for over a period of time. They cannot be questioning every amount of money. You are in your country, and millions of dollars are trooping into your. Just a moment. It's your gain. I cannot be asking questions where these monies are coming from. And if the EFCC were the one that discovered that this was stolen fund, they couldn't have done that without the intervention of Interpol, which is the international police that will determine the direction that the money has taken and trace it to the same account in the United States of America, in conjunction with the United States of America judicial system and the corruption system, to determine that these were stolen funds to be utilized in the United States of America. Then they, in their own goodwill, we are going to return this money to Nigeria. And you want to take the fight to them to prosecute. I think they're doing you a lot of good.
You also have Americans that are involved. You have Americans that are involved. You see, because this is not.
Do not forget James Ibori. It was the United Kingdom that helped us.
If you're wondering why the hit is the front
that helped us to, team James Ibori.
We need to take a break at this moment. The gentlemen are already on fire. We'll continue after this time. Stay tuned.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls, in the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
My name is SOUQ Exclusive. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kari Baker.
My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? What's up? What's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop. Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time. Edgar says so.
Afrobeats is a
On the front burners on SOUQ News TV. From the heated argument, we'll leave it there and see where the drama takes us. I'm talking about Nigeria, how it unfolds when the funds are returned to Nigeria, and we'll follow up on the development for the earmarked project, the rural electrification, and see how it goes. Hopefully, we'll get it right, and then we'll get it right as well in the power sector. It also has another story for us to look at.
Well, U.S. Treasury Department tightening more sanction against Russia. And we thought we were seeing the end of the war between Russia and Ukraine, and the world will begin to see peace. And this is also happening at the twilight of an inauguration of a new government, which seems to have a very different and divergent view. The question is, which way, U.S.?
Well, I don't know if I should think that all of this will be suspended once Trump gets into office, because Trump had earlier mentioned that if he was president at the time the war started, there would be no wars. And he actually mentioned that there was no war when he was president. Now, I think I'll give that to Trump. And he made it known that that is not because of his ties with Russia, but because Trump, as we know him, is a man that could bridge gaps. He was able to pick his wars, pick his battles, in the sense that no matter how hostile a president of another country was to the US, or how bad the relationship between the US and other countries were, Trump was able to mediate, was able to go in there and smoothen things. See what he did with North Korea when Kim being there. You know, people didn't think at first that he would be able to have a good relationship with Kim, but he was able to smoothen things. So with what the G7 is doing, will just aggravate the situation. This is more than 2 years into the war. If you are sanctioning Russia, that's you already siding with one country. And looking at the interview that Vladimir Putin granted, talking about Russia's role in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Now, it seemed like Russia is being painted as the bad guy here. But let's look at it. What Russia did, US would have done if Russia had not retreated when the US wanted to have their own station in Cuba. But Russia retreated, respecting the position of US and also understanding, because you can't keep your artillery at my backyard. You can't have your weapons stored at my backyard for whatever reason. So NATO even moving towards Ukraine for any reason was an affront, was an indirect affront on Russia. So now blaming Russia for the response, the war has gone beyond what anyone envisaged. I think what the G7 should have been doing right now is how to ensure a truce, peace talk, and not trying to pitch tent with one side over the other.
Yeah, but you see, this is again the game of international politics, the show of force and power to determine how things happen. Now, looking at the American foreign policy outlook, you find that there's always this shift between globalism and isolationism, which they usually call the Monroe Doctrine, where you say America for the American first, which of course is what Donald Trump represents. But you're also looking at a situation where we're also envisaging that early this year, BRICS is also trying to incorporate Iran into part and parcel of the BRICS nation, which of course also include Russia. Because there's also a conversation that's happening at that level. Do you really think that a Trump administration that is overemphasizing tariff over and above tax will be able to use tariff to restrict Russia as against this direct oil cost sanction that the Biden administration is doing at the twilight of his regime? Priya.
Yeah. Trump is a businessman. He's a businessman. He got into the space of politics, and in his first administration, he didn't get it right. He tried, but he didn't get it right. And that's why I think he fought tooth and nail to get back.
What do you think he didn't get right?
He didn't get it right in his way of governance. He was unable to govern America in a certain way to bring even the minorities, to integrate them as a whole. He showed a discriminatory side of which a lot of people, minority Americans, were looking at, like, you're not for all of us. He changed. And the only reason he got to come back is because the Democrats flouted the chance they had. Now he is there. Irrespective, if I were president, there wouldn't have been wars in the first place. It's a rhetoric. Trump is a rhetoric.
For 4 years and there was no war.
Just a moment. It's a rhetoric because
No.
when
he was
gets
president for 4 years.
Yes.
And there was no war. There was no any globally recognized war. And America was not involved in any war anywhere.
Okay.
The only war that was subsisting, which was, of course, which was trying to negotiate out of, was the American presence in Afghanistan. And they put a mechanism in place to actually withdraw America. And of course, which of course is said, by the time the current regime did, it was a huge disaster because they already left Afghanistan, and the huge investment that American had in Afghanistan was left in the hands of the rebels. So that is it. So he's speaking to things that are real. But you see, also again, is to say that the Trump, over the years, has now been able to expose the weakness of the American democracy, as it were. That as we speak today, America is actually struggling, to maintain the image of its democratic traditions.
As the police of the international system.
Yeah, because you have actually talked about a lot of transparency in the system. People talk, cases were lost and all of that. We still need to, and I think that Donald Trump is even willing to revisit what happened in 2021 election in the US and how the outcome, the actual outcome, and the things that actually happened. Because, you see, you must understand, I don't think the issues that Trump was pushing really was against too much of black people, but to say that if people enter into your country, they have to be legal. We have to block our borders for immigrants. So these were fundamental issues. And I feel that every country should protect its border. But what Trump actually stands for is American for American, which is the doctrine of isolationism. The question is, should America allow itself to be isolated? Because international experts have argued that when they isolated themselves in the First World War happened. Now, they went back again to the same moral doctrine, the Second World War happened. That another isolation may bring about a Third World War. But Donald Trump is saying no. I'm concerned about the economy. Nations should build their economy and build their wealth. I, for one, I don't have any issues with Trump asking nations to sit down and look at their issues rather than this globalist view, which, of course, for me is lopsided. That the only West benefits and the people of the South really have nothing to contribute in terms of gain from globalization. So it's only profiting one side of the...
No country is an island, including the United States of America.
Oh.
And if Trump, when I get into power, I'm going to revisit the immigration policies. I'm going to make sure Nigerians and a host of other African countries, we're going to look at the policies and make sure that we're going to repatriate some, we're going to hinder some of them from coming. It's not really going to work. It's not a unilateral decision.
By the way, Trump is our in-law.
Do remember during his first administration, while he was in power, he made so much noise about building a wall between America and Mexico that was going to cost over $500 billion. And Nancy Pelosi, who was the Speaker Emerita of the United States House of Representatives, stopped it. She said it there and then. You are not going to get the money. We are not going to give it to you. That's the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, but we know that was politics.
No, just a moment. That's the reason why I'm saying.
He revisited the issue recently and talked about how they stopped it and how he was going to revisit it. Now, what he was saying,
it's not a unilateral.
Well, at that time, perhaps he wasn't able to convince them why he needed to do it.
No.
Now, he was talking about...
You see, the Democrats, they were in control, and so they could say yes, no, but now he has his majority.
His majority.
Yes, at both chambers. And so it's going to be a different ballgame.
Even at that, being majority in both chambers, America is not like some other countries where you have defections from one political party to the other. You have the Senate, you have everything, and everything flows.
Whether or not America is able to isolate, I do believe that Trump coming into office will be a good one for the ongoing wars. Because look at the approach that the Biden administration have been taking towards it. It only aggravates the situation. Now, if you're sanctioning companies that are producing oil for Russia, do not forget that Russia also has its allies that too may sanction or do things that would also hurt the G7. And now look at the way the war started. America cannot exonerate itself from the Russia-Ukraine war. They cannot exonerate themselves from how it started. If Trump was president, the move that NATO made, I doubt that move would have been made. So when Trump is saying if he was in power, there would have been no war, I think that is true.
If Trump was in power, is he going to prevent Russia from going into Ukraine? Because is Trump going to be in power and Mr. Vladimir Putin is going to, just a moment, is going to launch an assault to Ukraine?
Would there have been a
United States, even though the United States is playing,
would there have been a need to launch an assault?
Let's land it here. Yeah. Let's land the matter here. You see, but the overall view for me is the fact that if a transition is happening, and this is to happen in the next 7 days, yes, I just think that it would have just been nice for them to wait for the next administration to take a decision without really leaving a liability for them. So,
so you setting Trump up for a very tough negotiation with Vladimir Putin.
Oh, yeah.
7 days is not so far away when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States. We get to see what he will do regarding the move of the G7. In the meantime, let's come back home. So, 3 weeks ago, the Dangote refinery announced a significant crash in petroleum, in the price of petrol. So it was dropped from about 1,020 naira, which it was sold at different filling stations. So the price sold to independent marketers, those buying 2 million liters, was sold to at 899 naira, and those buying 10 million liters sold to at 895 naira. That is the price sold to independent marketers. Now, how is that translated into an improvement in the economy? Did that give Nigerians a relief during the Yuletide and into the New Year? How much was sold at petrol stations? What was the retail price of this of petrol over the last 3 weeks? Has it been? And did that also reflect in transportation fares across Nigeria? One, I do know. Okay, I think I'll keep that first. I'll keep the transportation, what I know about the transportation sector first. Let me keep that first. I didn't understand why Pri is laughing. Do you know what I know? Okay, let me just say it. I do know that for interstate fares, during the Yuletide, it was at its peak. For instance, Lagos to Benin, you had as high as 38,000 naira to 45,000 naira, depending on the transport company that you choose to board with. Before that time, it was around 24,000 to 30,000 naira. So with a reduction for interstate travels, we didn't see that reflect in terms of fare. For within Lagos City, yes, marginal increase around the Christmas period, maybe Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, New Year Day, around that, but it remained what it had been before the reduction.
Well, I think we cannot use a price that's absolute to determine the overall effect of the reduction in price on the entire economy. one thing is very clear, and we must also factor this in, that there are a lot of factors responsible for whether a hike in transportation or whether it's just from fuel alone or there are other factors that are associated. Now, take for example, if you're traveling for Benin, if you used to know when the road was good, Lagos to Benin is 3 hours.
That's when the roads are good.
When the roads were very good, so people can actually take off in Lagos and land in Benin and then load in Benin and come back to Lagos, and in 2 days they make some money. But now logistics is a problem because the roads are bad. So if you're traveling from here to Benin, you take off here at 8 o'clock. Likely that before you get to Benin, it's 6 p.m. So you're going to spend more fuel on the road. So all these issues are also there. So it will not, in the immediate, help you to see what's the net implication. But I think one thing that we must celebrate, which is of course what the president said at his media chat, was the fact that the market is working. I read sometime last week that even the marketers are saying that before June this year, the price of petrol should get to 600 naira. And the marketers now are also bonding together to even invest in building their own refinery. You see, we need this within the system. Though Boa had disclaimed that the refineries don't come on stream early this year, but they hope that the Akwa Ibom refinery, which Boa is also putting in place, hopefully by the end of the year, should also come on stream. Now, when of course you have excess supply as against demand, prices, of course, definitely will go down. So it is that market forces that is pushing these things. And don't forget that, of course, also there's also a reduction in ground smuggling. There's also happening within that people used to smuggle because you have cheaper fuel in Nigeria, and then, of course, our neighboring countries were taking advantage of the cheaper fuel, and so there was a lot of smuggling going on. Now, if you don't have that smuggling going on, we're going to find that we're having right price at home as against what they have elsewhere, and then, of course, the market in Nigeria is set to set the pace for how prices will be determined. But in the long run, I think it will be better for each and every one of us that are having a lot of people having interest back again in both the up and the downstream sector of the Nigerian petroleum industry.
Well, you can join the conversation at this point. You can go over to our YouTube channel, SOUQ News TV, leave us a comment, tell us what the experience has been for you over the past 3 weeks that there's been a drop in the pump price of petrol. How has it impacted you? If you've been to the market, how did you get to buy things? Is there any drop in the price of commodities? Pri?
Yeah, okay. About commodities, I wanted to make some comments about what yourself and Doc spoke earlier, but let's go to the prices of commodities. We all know that just at the thought when Mr. President was sworn in 2023, that very morning or afternoon when he made that speech, subsidy is gone. At that point in time, was it the next 3-5 minutes, the filling stations, some of them started ordering the product. Others changed the price meters. This is to reflect the new price, the new price. And of course, the dog is laughing. What was the effect of that? Foodstuff, prices of common commodities. It was immediate. It was spontaneous, just like that. They didn't wait. Everybody was just watching Mr. President. After that was done, and Nigeria started growling, oh, this is too high, and it kept on increasing until what we have now. But now, if we say, okay, from 1,020 naira, it's now gone to 987 naira or 970 and all of that. It has not reflected there because in Nigeria, there's this common saying, whatever goes up doesn't come down, most especially when you have to do with the economy. When you go to the market, talking about the common people, that red paint of cassava flour, popularly called gari, that I used to buy it for 300 naira. Yes. So now it's like 3,000 to 7, okay, at least from 2.5 upwards. That of rice, I could tell vividly when we used to buy it for 7, okay, I remember buying it for 700 naira. I remember buying it for 1,000 to 1,005.
Yes.
1,005.
I thought you were
Okay, but I
going to go
remember
to
buying it for
5,000 naira.
1,005.
You wait to 700
now, okay, no, I'm
naira.
just trying to paint a picture
Okay.
where we're coming from. That of beans. Beans is like, it's scarce commodity. That paint now goes for more than 10,000 naira. So the drop in fuel, has it reflected? Of course not. So
I think it comes to
but you see, the problem
and
here
if you take
is the
these
fact
basic things away from the table of the people, they are going to cry.
Yeah, but it's also good that we think for the business people.
Exonerated from this.
No. It's not the people. We should think for
I
business
think the people also have a role to play here.
There's a statement pre-made just now, which of course was it sounds really nice, and I hear that a lot from people. That immediately you announce increase, people switch.
The price jumps up.
Now, in the psychology of a trader, when you are increasing price, what the trader is thinking is going to the market the next time. So, let me learn. If you're buying a 33,000 petrol tank, for example, for #1 million, and then all of a sudden the price increase is announced, that is now going to be 2 million naira. The cycle of a trader is, how am I going to be able to get to the market to be able to buy at 2 million? That's why you see that once you announce, they are quickly to adjust so that they can reduce the risk of loss.
That's one way to look at it.
That's one way. Now, the second option is that when you reduce, they also have stock that's not exhausted, that is bought at the old price. So at whichever way, the trader is always thinking of minimizing losses. And that's why you find that adjusting is always a slow process. Take, for example, you have done some production. The pricing is based on the old price of petrol. Now, the new price is going down. Now, if you adjust it, you have not even bought the new petrol. So the input into what you have produced, which you are selling, is still based on the old price. So that's why you find that it will take a long time for the reduction to reflect. Yes, to reflect globally in prices.
Those are ways you could look at it, but there's also another angle to it, which concerns the people and the practice that we often see. So, what you talked about is for traders, those who buy goods, they store, and then they sell. What about the transporters? I do not know if transporters have like their own tank where they store premium bottled spirit in very large quantity, maybe up to 10,000 liters, 20,000 liters, or even 1 million liters that takes time for them to use up, go over to petrol stations, buy again, and use up. So this is about 3 weeks that announcement, or even I think a bit more, that announcement was made. If the price of premium malted spirit dropped from what it used to be, a bit over 1,000, to less than 1,000 naira, should it take this long for transportation fare to drop? Maybe marginally, but for it not to drop at all, doesn't that suggest that there is something wrong? Because it seemed like for transporters, some of them seem to be very sly. They will have an excuse handy. When it's not the price of petrol that is causing the increase, it is the state of the bad roads. Yes. If it is not the roads, then it's taxes, illegal taxes or whatever taxes being collected. That is the reason why the prices cannot be brought down. There is always a handy excuse. At what point do we get to that center or to that point in time where there is a reduction, you sell as you bought. But you see, people have already gotten used to receiving a certain amount of money per day. And so they do not want to come back to what they were. In fact, it's even increasing because as we step into the new year, there is a practice of things increasing, prices of transportation increasing. It's almost like a New Year resolution where transporters tell you, if I used to take 100 naira for this distance or for this route, once we get into the new year, my New Year resolution is that no more 100 naira. That's all, things are gone. New things have begun, so it's now 200 naira. Not minding what the price of petrol is. Even if the traders have the excuse of, oh, they're calculating, it's going to take a while before this impact reflects. What about the transporters?
Yeah, but I can give you a very simple scenario. Take, for example, if you go to TBS right here, you see, when the BRTs are around, you see the yellow buses hang around, and they are begging people to enter at half price, and everybody is facing the BRT. What does that tell us? Is that the state needs to invest more in public transportation that is effective. If you're coming from Baga to this side of Lagos, Ojodubaga, you see a BRT queue where people can stay for like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour, waiting for a bus to come. And what do? You see that the market forces pushes the price of transportation. So when this conductor, or whatever they call them, see that there's a crowd of people, if they were calling 200 naira before, they move it to 500. So you have a choice to make. It's either you go and stay in the long queue, or you follow them. So this is where we're talking about market forces. Now, if supply is low relative to demand, prices jump. If a man pulls a bus on the road and he's shouting, agege, 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 and nobody is answering, nobody will tell him to put down these things.
But will they be able to do that?
Yeah,
because people have to be at work, they have to be in their business places.
Take, for example, those who are going to, from TBS, going to Mile 2. All those yellow buses, they are relocating their routes because the train is working. So what we can only appeal is that, for example, states like Lagos, we build more or very conducive rail transportation. If this happened in Abuja, this happened in Port Harcourt, this happened in Kano, and all the major cities in Nigeria, it will go a long way in reducing cost of public transportation. Okay. And that's what happened in other countries in the world.
I think talking about transportation and the fuel price that's in talks, when I look at the government investment, BRT was one of those systems, the best thing that happened to Lagos. However, we forgot to put into consideration the Agberos. They don't stop the BRTs. They don't demand money from them. They don't take money from them. So if they don't do that because it is owned by the government, they do that to the private owner of the black and yellow buses. And if they do that, those ones are now subjected to not just buying fuel, but also paying these hoodlums at every bus stop. Some of who suffer loss where they don't want to pay because they have their windscreens dashed. The BRT doesn't experience those things. And even at that, when the BRTs, when they go to the filling station to buy either diesel or petrol, I don't think they buy at the normal price of every Nigerian because they have an agreement or more like a partnership with the government who owns the BRT buses that is running that business. So government is using monopoly of power economically to benefit its own establishment. And the common man down there who probably took a loan from the bank to buy that yellow and black bus is paying too much for it.
Yeah, but
because the government didn't actually put things in place that is going to benefit.
Invest in public transportation. If you go to the UAE, for example, I said it to somebody 2 days ago. RTA alone, Road Transport Authority alone in the UAE, generates over $2 billion annually for that government. So, what has government done? You have public buses, you have train services that are running. Even those that are running now, there's a train that they just did between Abu Dhabi and Dubai that can convey passengers from Abu Dhabi to Dubai for 15 minutes. Natural drive hour day, if you're driving at 120 speed, it's about an hour to get from UAE. Now, government has made provision for these alternatives. If these alternatives are available, then, of course, those who run private transport system will adjust their prices.
Let's take a break and return to looking at sustainability of the new pump price of petrol.
Classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Ron Gankechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price
Thank you for staying. It's the front burners on SOUQ News TV, and there have been many issues set on that burner so that we can proffer solutions to them. Before the break, we were talking about the reduction in the price of premium motor spirit, petrol in Nigeria. This happened during the UTAD, and the price stays that way. So I asked from Dr. Dausa Osaminze, who's here, how much he bought petrol, what was the pump price when he last bought, and he said 935 naira. So that's a drop, a significant drop, if you like, from 1,000 50 naira, 1,020 naira to 935 naira. So that gives you almost like 100 naira from each liter that you buy. We have some comments. We're going to take some of them before we continue the conversation. Still in that, because we asked you to share with us your experience. Tell us how much you bought petrol recently. What has been the cost of transportation in your area? Has there been any reduction? Let us know. Even for commodities, if you've been to the markets, let us know too. So you can drop your comment when you go to our YouTube channel, SOUQ News TV, or you can use any of our social media platforms. The handle is at SOUQ News TV for Facebook and Instagram, and of course X, so that you can be a part of the conversation, joining in proffering solutions to these key issues being discussed here this morning. So someone is asking, the person says, where is the significant crash on pump price, please? Seem like he doesn't even realize, because prices have stayed the same way or even increased. And so there's another comment. This one came in from Israel. Israel says, there has not been any impact on the price. He has claimed that. The price of commodities is still extremely high. This came in from Love Matthias. The reduction in PMS wasn't reflected in the logistics at all. It's still on the high side. Another one came. This one is directed at Pri. It says, Pri, it must come down by fire, by force. So that tells you that Nigerians are really, really hoping to see this reflect in the cost of goods and services.
I see a whole lot of light at the end of the tunnel, and I agree with Mr. President. You see,
we hope that light doesn't take eternity to see that light.
It's sustaining this temple that is critical for us. And I think few good things have happened to us, and we must acknowledge those good things that are happening. The fact that that sector is actually now receiving a fresh attention, irrespective of the fact that there's a shift away to renewable energy, but a lot of investment is coming into that sector. Following the resolution of the Mobi supply challenge, now we can see that, of course, investment in exploration is also happening. Now, if that continues, that's why, of course, this budget of this year was quite ambitious, to have focused that the Nigerians should be able to produce through this year over 200 million barrels per day. And that will allay some of the fears that I raised earlier.
202 million barrels?
Yeah, over 2 million a year, because the budget 2025 is projected based on Nigerians able to produce about over 2 million barrels per day.
But isn't that over-ambitious?
No, I don't think it's over-ambitious. It's to see that, the question is to see what are the things that have been put in place to ensure that, number one, a lot is going to happen in terms of metering what we actually produce, because some people have advocated that we don't even know exactly how much of crude that we drill on a daily basis, because a lot of them are siphoned outside. Now, with metering happening in that sector, we'll be able to determine actual crude that is produced daily. That's one. Number two, with investment and some old well now being refurbished and rehabilitated, we're also seeing more efficacies coming in that direction. So the projection of 2 million barrels per day, which of course the budget is based on, I don't think is something that is unachievable if all of us put energy together. Because it's only in Nigeria, for example, people drill crude without metering, that you don't actually know what comes out from the soil. And people are carrying crude in large ship, and they are moving across the waters, and then, of course, out of the country. So those happen, and we cannot deny all that. All the revelations that came when, of course, government was made to oversee that sector shows that there is a lot of corruption within that sector that is making us not to actually account for the size of crude we produce per day. Now, we're also having a lot of players coming into the sector. NNPC is already challenged. Dangote is selling. Now they are the mercy of Dangote. NFC is now a public liability company who is supposed to actually take care of themselves. So it's either they sink or swim, like old NITEM. So what that would mean is that NNPC would have to redouble their effort And that, of course, we're seeing happening right now that Warri Refinery is already operating at 60%. Diesel kerosene is coming out right there at Warri as we speak. And that's happening. And we're hoping that a lot is going to happen in Kaduna also. Energy is focused on it to see that this works. And once all these refineries are working and the private sector are also playing by the side, definitely we will have enough supply, not just to feed the Nigerian market, but to feed the West African market. And then Nigeria will be good and better for it.
But let's look at what that would mean when we have Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna refineries working. Okay, Port Harcourt is already working, producing diesel and kerosene. So if we have Warri refinery, which is set to commence operation soon, working, do we have sufficient crude for these refineries?
Yeah, but what we also see that the swap that happened, that agreement that was entered into by the predecessor of Bola Ahmed Tinubu to take crude and take cash in advance is terminating by next year, 2026. And if that agreement terminates, of course, which means we'll have enough to actually supply.
But there's a report, there's a current report that says that once Warri Refinery starts to operate, there might be a reduction in the crude allocated to Dangote
No, it cannot
Refinery.
reduce. Warri only spends, the entire facility is built to be able to take about 200 million barrels, 200,000 barrels per day. So it's not something that is on the very large side. Dangote is taking
350,000 barrels a day.
Because although it's built for 650. So, but with 2 million barrels produced in Nigeria, we should be able to feed these refineries without necessarily need to set our crude.
You're very optimistic about Nigeria hitting 2 million barrels. We're not even producing 1.7 yet. Given the fall.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. And that's given the fact that, of course, there's a whole lot that's happening within this sector. So if you speak to people who are within the environment and that corridor, they can tell you that money is coming into that sector. And a lot is being ramped up. And as we're able to do all of that, what you find is that it becomes really effective. Another thing that we may also have to put into our heart is the fact that even if you give Dangote 350 million and 350,000 million barrels per day to produce, even the Nigerian market will not be able to even accommodate that alone. So we're also selling outside of these shores. And these are also things that we must also factor into our conversation. So, but what will eventually happen is that we find a lot of price stability. And most importantly, the number or the volume of money, which of course we have hitherto put on dollar that is required by this industry to be able to import crude and the rest of it, will no longer be expended. And therefore, we'll have more liquidity. And then, of course, the macroeconomic environment in Nigeria will become much more stable in 2025.
Well, we were told from the start that it requires more to produce and refine petrol locally, and it's even more expensive than producing and refining it abroad and sending it back to the country because of the infrastructure surrounding that sector that is required to bring efficiency to the sector. I don't think we have got out of that quagmire yet. Also, look at the time.
No. The person has solved it. That's why the what was actually responsible. Why people are thinking that the prices cannot match is the fact that crude is traded on dollar exchange. So if I'm going to buy crude, even if I'm Nigeria buying crude, I'm going to buy it at international market price. And so buying crude at international market price will require us to go look for forests for the importation. And the forest government don't have. So if you have to get the forest, you have to get to the black market to be able to raise your forest, to be able to do the importation. But now what government is doing a swap, which means Dangote can pay naira to the government at official rates.
Yes.
So official bank rates, you are buying these things. So that, of course, the pressure on the forest market is reduced. So that stabilizes the macroeconomic environment.
I'm talking about that because if you look at the specific time which the Dangote refinery or the Dangote made announcement is going to reduce, or it has actually reduced the pump price of petrol, was at the same time the Warri refinery was kicking up doing 60%. At the same time,
not PMS yet. They're only doing kerosene and diesel.
Yes. At the same time, the Rivers refinery also were told is being resuscitated and revived. Is it that is beginning to see that competition is looming at its face, and in order to be accepted by Nigerians, they actually reduce the price?
I think market forces are beginning to play, and that's a good thing. Because if NNPC announced the commencement of operation or resumption of operation at the Port Harcourt refinery, and then the reaction was for Dangote refinery to reduce, whether it was forced or not, we do not know, but to reduce the price of PMS, then it's a good thing. So it means that if other refineries begin to work efficiently, we will see further reduction. Now, the president of IPMAN, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Abubakar, was talking about how they're already hoping that Nigeria soon will become a net exporter of petrol, because if the independent marketers, are getting directly from Dangote, remember they brokered a deal with Dangote refinery, and then that has made it possible for them to buy directly from Dangote refinery. It says if they get it cheaply, they will sell cheaply. So those who are importing may not, at the end of the day, see the need to import. But the challenge is, which I still think we need to do more, is production. If there is enough crude available for these refineries, then Nigeria is good to go. But if there isn't if there isn't supply, if Dangote refinery gets a cut in the crude that is allocated to it, and it has sourced more outside, then that takes the cost up. So basically, what the government can do right now to ensure that Nigeria achieves that sufficiency in petroleum products being available is to ensure that the optimism of Dausa Usamanze stays that way, and we get to see the results that we hit 2 million barrels per day and even more.
I think his ambition is too high. The reason why I'm
saying that is because 1.4, 1.5.
Nigeria exports this oil not just only to few countries. We sell to other countries. Dangote is just one of them, and the fact that it's getting 350,000 barrels of our crude, it means that I won't say the government is doing him a favor. No, he's a Nigerian. It's going to him getting even 600,000 barrels per day would be very, very good. At the same time, is there going to be a condition for him not to take it outside the shores of Nigeria yet?
No, there's no condition. We should be allowed to
because we know that we've heard of stories even before Dangote came into the picture, where our police had to stand at the borders to stop some of these tankers and tell them to get back into the country because they were taking out.
Let me give you...
You call them smugglers. Who are those behind smuggling?
They've seen how profitable this environment is. Dangote built his refinery for about $20 billion US. And in a short space of operation between August last year and today, he has paid over $6 billion out of that debt. And so what that means that the business is profitable. And if business is profitable, you have to invest in your supply chain. Investment in your supply chain will make inflow. Don't forget that every businessman is out to make profit. So if profit is coming to him, he himself will invest in the supply chain. And that is from crude production, even to logistic, transmission, which is the next phase that NNPC needs to really focus on, is revamping all the depots that are built across the length and breadth of this nation so that the prices of petrol can be equal across board. That you're not selling high in Kano and Lagos is buying cheap. So if the depot in Kaduna is working and is effective, the Benin depot is working, and this is supplying all petrol, people can actually have petrol plus uniform across the country because those facilities had already been built. All we just need to do is to revamp them.
One thing I think we also need to put into consideration is the human side of it, which has been catastrophic. Recently, we heard how a tank of petrol, whether in Rivers State or in Warri, in Port Harcourt, exploded whilst moving on the road. I have to take us
moved with using tankers.
Yes. Now, the government needs to come in here strongly. He's talking about the value chain. We have not really done much in that sense because the government is responsible for building rail tracks, bringing this rail station. He talked about multiple depots here and there in our country, and our rail stations, our rail tracks need to lead to those places where we can ferry this product to the specific locations across the country. If we are not doing that and we are depending on the old way of conveying this product from one part of the country to the other, we will still be getting consequences of people being fried on the road, industries, cars, the accident, and it's just too much. We've not been able to control that. So if the government from the onset will be paying attention to this, it needs to look at that squarely too.
And I think another way to resolve that is to change the arrangements by which the modular refineries operate. So there are modular refineries sited close to cities. If the supply is coming from a modular refinery and the depots there working there used to be pipes rather, pipeline. They used to have petrol pipelines, petroleum pipelines. So are they still functional? I think it would be easier for modular refineries to supply than you having the Port Harcourt refinery, for instance, service the entire South region. If you had modular refineries, so it would be easier that way. So the arrangement that modular refineries cannot sell to the regions around them, that should also change.
I would like to take Doc to a place, most especially in the Niger Delta. Why do we suppress with iron hand those locals who didn't go to school, didn't study chemical. No, don't call them illegal.
We will talk about that another day.
Come on.
Not today.
That's innovation.
We'll do for another break. When we return, it will be time for us to talk about the visit of the foreign minister, Chinese foreign minister to Nigeria, and what that visit brought to Nigeria. Stay. All right, moving straight to the story about the Chinese finance minister's visits to Nigeria, where he met with his counterpart, Yusuf Tuga. So talks were had on how to deepen Nigeria-China ties, and the pledge on security, finance, and economic growth was also made. So Nigeria plans to deepen cooperation in areas such as clean energy, defense, and finance with China, pledging support for Nigeria's issuance of the Panda Bond to fund infrastructure. So the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Chang said that China will favorably study and consider a request by Nigeria to expand the currency swap agreement. That agreement has been on for years, but it has not really taken effect to the way that Nigeria actually wants. So revisiting the currency swap agreement at this time, I think it's kind of it's a good one, given how that the dollar thing for now, except like what we talked about in the last discussion, the pressure on the demand for the dollar for importation of petroleum products is actually done away with. For now, there is still dollar scarcity. Let's not be deceived by the IJGBs. I mean, I just got back people that brought in some forex. By the time they're returning again, it goes back to the same situation. So this currency swap agreement, if it's expanded, should do good for businesses, for importers in Nigeria.
You know, it's sometimes we assume so much that when we see things positive happening within the environment, we try to attribute them. I don't know how many people who came back from abroad who brought
Some
dollars.
got back and they were accused of being the ones responsible for tight traffic in Lagos.
But you see, what I'm saying is actually that there's no green grass anywhere. And even those who came back, some of them are grappling with some of their challenges. But I don't think that's actually it. You see, the pressure on the dollar naturally was fostered by a number of factors. People must not take away that 50% of the dollar requests were for petroleum importation.
50%?
Yes, and in the last 1 month, that has not happened. There's no way it will not have a significant impact. What's the repatriation figure we have for the period that help us to think that it is because of people came, that's why dollar came down. And that's what I'm saying, that once we allow market to have its way, the country will become better. The fact that communism died in 1989 is a huge testament that there's only one way nations can grow, and that is through trade. Even China, who is presumed to be a communist country, is more capitalist than America. So we cannot run away from the fact that as a nation, we cannot continue to give people fish to eat. That we have to follow the Chinese model of training people how to fish. Because if you give somebody fish to eat, you only feed him for 1 day. But if you train him to fish, you are giving him food for a lifetime. That's what the Chinese says. So that's what we need to embrace in our market. So we are not looking at everything we are going to import. That is, we can make locally here. We have to encourage ourselves to be able to adopt it. There were days, 30 years in China under Chairman Mao Zedong, that Chinese border was shut. Land border, air border, sea border were shut for a period of 30 years so that China can be used to themselves. Now we can see the outcome of it, that they are proud of themselves. We need to be proud of ourselves. This idea of importing burger from Paris to be eaten in Nigeria should stop. And until we embrace that truth, we will remain where we are. Because there are a lot of things that are not necessary here. How for on earth will we be importing bottled water from abroad to drink in Nigeria? It doesn't make any economic sense to anybody. And these are the things that are putting the pressure on the dollar. Once we can stop this luxury coming in, a lot can change. But coming to the currency swap, and I also think that, yes, the president had made an appeal to China to increase from $2 billion to $50 billion. And that's a whole lot of money. But the question is that, do we have the counterpart fund to drive that $50 billion? Because it's one thing for you to say, give us this money, and then we have and can guarantee, CBN is able to guarantee the $50 billion in Naira equivalent. Because that's the only way the trade can flow.
Of course. When we look at trade between Nigeria and China, first of all, Mr. Wang He, the foreign minister of China, who came to Nigeria, normal is their culture, it's a tradition for every year, and they've done that for over 35 years. They go about African countries strengthening their bilateral relationships for economic, trade, and political cooperations to exist. Late last year, too, Mr. Anthony Blinken, who was like the foreign minister of the United States of America himself, came here, paid a visit to President Bola Tinubu. And what are they doing? Strengthening relationship. Nigeria is like the bride. China and the United States will keep chasing Nigeria. And for the Chinese government, they've become tactical, economically, and strategically about it. And one of the instruments they deployed is this Naira swap, Naira and the Yuan swap. So if Nigerian businessmen are going to be doing business with China, they don't have to pay with dollars. They pay with Naira. If the Chinese businessmen are going to be doing business here in Nigeria, they pay with their yuan. That way, we completely remove the dollar. And when we remove the dollar from the trade between Nigeria and China, it is good for both of us.
Yeah,
now, the Chinese government, let's look at the volume of trade between Nigeria and China. China is known to be the factory of the world. 1.3 or so billion people. They have millions of factories, manufacturing enterprise around their country. They export, it's like they are producing for the world. They are producing for Nigeria. They are just producing for us. How much is the $2 billion for the Naira swap deal? Converted, for the Naira Yuan swap deal. How much is it? It's about 750 billion Naira. How much is that? That's insignificant. That's small. How much is the trade between Nigeria and China, that the kind of goods quantify in money that is coming to Nigeria from China? It runs, in fact, the 750 billion Naira is like irrelevant. It's insignificant.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making.
So that is
do we have,
China.
Do we have
okay.
the equivalent of the $50 billion?
15.
No, Nigeria, the president is asking China to increase from $2 billion, which is about 15 billion yuans,
yes,
to $50 billion.
I like Mr. President.
He's a very ambitious man. We can give that to him. See, but that's the point. Do we have the equivalent in Naira?
In tranches. I think, first of all, since there was already an agreement, this currency swap talk has been ongoing for years. So that could be like the benchmark. This is where we want to target it. So whatever the CBN and Nigeria can put together to kickstart it would be important. So it has to come in within the agreement. This is what we have. If it's to start with maybe 10, if we're moving away from 2 billion, because now times have grown and the partnership between Nigeria and China has increased. Same way, the patronage of Nigeria with China has also increased, like Pri alluded. Almost every country is manufacturing from China. If you go to the market today, before you look, even if it's not electronics, almost any product, apart from food, even sometimes food, is made in China. So that would help kickstart it. Then the federal government knows that they're working towards that. I think it will also help, because if it even means taking from the foreign reserve to fund this, I think it's worth it, because you have foreign reserve stored in dollars. If we're taking an amount and say we're doing this, maybe given a 1-year period, this is what we're committing to it, it will help businesses in Nigeria. And that too would also help in bringing down the cost of items. Yeah. Because one of the reasons why some imported products are expensive is the dollar exchange. If you're exchanging to the yuan, or if this currency swap goes through, it means that the goods may come in cheaper than they would have if they were doing the dollar exchange. And it also reduces the pressure in the forex market for dollars. So it means that the dollars will be available for other users who are not going through the China route. So I think it's worth it.
Yeah, but,
if the federal government cannot fund it holistically, then they can break it into tranches.
For me, is what we're putting on the table. There's a whole lot of Chinese business that are happening in Nigeria, especially in the mining sector, that the federal government really need to take some stance. You see, because this is also shortchanging the country, really. And we should talk about that at bilateral levels. A lot of Chinese companies, mining companies, small companies, removing raw materials and shipping them back to China. We can enter into a bilateral agreement. I think that for me was very fundamental for the president to have done, to say, China, you are exploiting a lot of solid minerals from our country. We don't want you to take it to China. We want you to be processing it here. So let's add value to it here. Because that one will create employment for Nigeria, hugely. And then we can begin to feel the impact of those relationships. So we're not allowing people to just move raw things away from Nigeria and go and process it and bring them back again to us. Yes. So what that will mean also is that we can become a hub for China in Africa by them building a lot of factories to process the things that they are taking raw here. So that rather shift from China to other parts of Africa here, they can be shipping from Nigeria to other parts of Africa. That brings in foreign exchange to Nigeria. That brings in a lot of value in terms of job creation and the rest of it. So these are the kind of conversations that, for me, were very germane for Mr. President to actually put on the table for the foreign minister. Although, whatever it is, at whatever level, the ball still stops at the president of China's table. So the foreign minister has little or nothing influence to determine what happened at that cabinet, because just have a single vote. So, of course, it is what the president says that really is binding, and I think that meeting must have to hold between the president of China and the president of Nigeria, not just foreign minister. And it's even demeaning for us as a people that when we have to deal with other nations, we are dealing with cabinet members and not the principals. And I think Nigeria must elevate our status in international scene. Same is happening in the Abu Dhabi, and you're having a cabinet member coming to receive the president.
The president, no.
I think it's a beggarly nature at that.
So we have to deliberately elevate our standing with nations. That if presidents are not willing to shake hands with us, we are not willing to shake hands with ministers. Otherwise, ministers shake ministers.
Technocrats.
It's a beggarly nature that Nigeria has assumed over a period of time that has resulted in this. I don't know if it's a function of us being too hospitable in receiving people that has led to that, us not even knowing what we're doing at the point in time and how that would position us before the world. Another thing too is the mindset of these people coming to visit us are the ones who are benefiting us, not us thinking the other way, that we first stand as a benefit to them. That is why they would leave their country to even want to visit. All the visits by US, you've mentioned them, Tony Blinken, Chinese foreign minister, all of them, they would leave their country if there was nothing to gain. They would do their talks from wherever they are. But because we do not see what we gain, and that is why when there are conversations, we're not bringing our best to the negotiating table. What are we putting forward? What are we asking for? It's more like we're begging them and say, please do this for us. And we're not stamping our feet on what they would gain from us. Look at the Chinese companies in Nigeria. How are they run? Have you had an interaction with the employees of some of these Chinese companies? How they are treated? We have labor laws in Nigeria, but it seems like it's only when it's an indigenous company that are employing Nigerians that we ensure that these labor laws are adhered to. But what about those who are from other countries, companies owned by foreigners in Nigeria? How is the labor law in Nigeria respected? During the COVID lockdown, there were staff of a Chinese company in Edo State that were locked in against their consent, locked in for 2 months in the factory. They were not allowed to go out. They were not allowed to see their family under the excuse that there is COVID. They cannot go out and contaminate. But what about providing for them personal protective equipment, the PPEs, like other sectors were doing, other companies were doing? And they cried out. They had to start calling into TV stations to say, we have been in here for 2 months, not allowed to see our families, which was an infringement on their right because it was against their consent. What happened to that? We've seen videos going viral online of maltreatment of menial workers at sites. What happens to that? It starts from there. If we cannot ensure that these things are nipped in the bud and they are not condoned within Nigeria, then I don't think that there will be enough willpower to Armstrong, for lack of a better word, or make those companies sit up and say, you are taking the primary resources here, so you must manufacture them here and ensure that there's a value chain that starts and even ends here, so that we can gain the resources.
I think most of the problem we have as a country is the inferiority complex of many of us. That once we see colored skin, we start jittering. And these are really not official things because they happen at just the micro level. You are seeing that a policeman see a Chinese in the police, you want to treat him as an expatriate. You know, these are the kind of things that you see. So they give them some preferential treatment. There was a viral video that was trending recently where, of course, there was a court injunction on a particular company. And they were supposed to have gone there to go arrest the people and subpoena them to court. But what do you see? A Nigerian army man who was carrying a gun was preventing the Civil Defense Corps from arresting the conflict. And he said, oh, I'm on duty here. And so that kind of an environment is the kind that gives room for this kind of practices that you see. Okay. Because those who are supposed to have implemented the law themselves have been compromised. Okay, China has dealt with that in their own case. And that's why there was a lot of need to do a rebranding for Chinese. You see, the story is told that China built a wall around the city. And in 100 years, 2 times, China were invaded. And the people who came in through the gate because they bribed the soldiers and they gave them access into the street. So this is what is happening in our environment. That we get to that point where people are no longer having to receive gratification to betray their nation. So that's what happened. It's not as if the law is protecting them. The law is made to serve, but the people who implement the law are now being selective in dispensing justice. That's the situation where you find. But we need as the people to really have our confidence to say that, look, if anybody violates our law, then it must be treated according to the laws of our
I think, first of all, Mr. Yusuf Tuga, who is the foreign minister for Nigeria, should have, effectively advised Mr. President, to stay put. You don't need to go receive him. I can do that. We can have the vice presidency. We can even have the Minister of Foreign Affairs himself to just go receive the Chinese foreign minister for that effect and have conversations with him. Words that Mr. President must have spoken into the ears of our foreign minister to go speak to him. Because when we look at status, Mr. Xi Jinping is not coming. So Mr. President is not supposed to be there to do that, but he chose to be there anyways. So let's look at China. China is expanding its tentacles in Africa and in Nigeria. They've now moved from business because they seem they're having a stronghold. They're now going to security. Now they will be providing assistance and partnership to the Nigerian military, where they will have to train some Nigerian military officers, some police officers, and they are providing some form of weapons, manufacturing for Nigeria. So I was beginning to ask myself, where is DICON? Where is DICON? Because DICON is the local industry for Nigeria that's in charge of producing and manufacturing weapons. So I was looking at China. Okay, not just that, the $50 billion China has earmarked for grant purposes for the whole of Africa. Nigeria is also there. And the Chinese foreign minister was saying that we want to support Nigeria to counter terrorism and banditry and all of that. We are not like other people. I know he was referring to. We are not like other countries who will interfere into your local activities. We will do it through the bilateral relationship. Of course, he was referring to the recent coup that took place among these 3 African countries, Chad, Burkina Faso, and Mali, and how those countries rejected the West completely out of it, and now China is coming in to build a relationship with us. So we must be very careful as a nation. I remember vividly in one of the administrations where the issue of terrorism and banditry was still out there, and the United States they were making some overtures that we can come in and deal with this for you. And a lot of Nigerian technocrats and experts raised their voices and said, no, we do not want the boots on ground here in Nigeria. We don't want foreign boots on ground here in Nigeria. If you are going to do that, do it through other means. Give us weapons. We want to buy weapons, talking about acquisition of those weapons and the jets, fighters. do that for us. Of course, the United States gave us conditions if we are going to have that. So they are trying to explore that. And when they do that, because for China, they are contending with the United States as far as Nigeria and Africa is concerned when it comes to relationship, business, and trade. And they've successfully made inroads into our climb. Now, to the extent that it doesn't look like we have the temerity to call them to order. Because from other reports, you will hear that some of the businesses that are taking place, most especially with regards to gold in northern Nigeria, you cannot completely absolve the participation of some Chinese citizens.
Yeah, of course. That's obvious and that's very true because, yeah, there's a whole lot of illegal activity that are happening, and even those that are even protected by law. So law enforcement agencies, and these are quite really very, very disheartening for us. But the most important thing, and which is fundamental for us, is that we must position ourselves not as beggars. The truth of the matter is that everything that can make Nigeria transform, we have it here. The only thing we have not had is organization. How are we going to harness the resources that surround us? So we don't need to be begging people. In short, as a matter of fact, people should beg us. And therefore, if we are going to have interactions, conversations, our president should be standing man to any president of the entire world. Nobody is too big to want to see our president and then send a junior minister who had no capacity to take a decision. So our president should be able to shake hands with anybody who rules anywhere in the world. And that is the only way we have to elevate our dignity as a people. They were not as beggarly as they think, because a lot of them are actually absolutely very dependent on us to survive. So this is where we find ourselves. Yes, we are in a frenzy kind of right now to see how to make Nigerian say, oh, government is trying. Whether we like it or not, that consensus we can never reach. But we must do the right things and do things right, such that other countries will have respect and regard for us. So once we can tidy up our space, you will see that they will be the one begging to come put money in our environment, not the other way around. So we must stand tall with our head high, full of dignity and integrity.
But I also wonder how a people can stand tall, on how Nigeria can stand tall, given the fact that there are often recalls to go to these countries, particularly China, for loan. So when someone is often your creditor, often lends you money, as time goes, because you always come to the table begging. So as time goes, it's only natural that the person begins to see you less than you are. So that's also part of it. And that's part of the reason why sometimes it seems like government is not really willing to take the bull by the horn and enforce certain policies, certain laws, because there would be need to also go back to these people for funds. That's on one hand. I agree with Pri when he talked about the security issue. I think Nigeria really has to be careful. Remember when the Boko Haram insurgency started, and then there was invitation for the US Army, and then there were reports of how they landed in Nigeria, they were going to start operations and all. But after a while, that all just quieted out and nobody really heard anything about it. Nigeria is ours. If insecurity will end, it will be Nigerians who will end it. I do not think that any country can have Nigeria's interests at heart best or more than what Nigerians would have at heart for Nigeria.
You know, Blessing, yes, I agree with you. We are going to be careful about these things. What you must understand is that insurgency, civil war, or even inter-country war is a huge economy for some people.
Yes, it is. And so it will be a big economy for China or any other country coming in.
If Chinese is entering into our manufacturing deals What that means is that we have
You
to
will not
watch
see
their
the
footprints in creating the walls that they are going to use their weapon to fight.
Because
so
of the
this is it. And that for me is where the government really need to understand that our problem is not Boko Haram. Our problem far is not Boko Haram. What is missing in our problem, in our environment, is equity and justice. Now, once that is established, all these issues of insurgency, they will naturally disappear. Because what inequity has done to us is the fact that a lot of people have become very desperate. Because like you say, if people have nothing to live for, they can die for any cause. That's where we are finding ourselves. How do we, as a government, come clean to our people to say, yes, this is where we are, and this is how we're going to help you? You see, the most challenging part of our problem is the subnationals, the state structure in Nigeria, that is hiding under the garb of the federal arrangement to abdicate their responsibilities. I have never heard a Nigerian once complain about their governor. Never. If the price of Gari is expensive, they are calling the president in Abuja. If the price of motor is expensive, they are calling president in Abuja. And now recently the president says, we are sharing money with the federal government, take 33%. The rest 67% goes back to the subnational. So which means there's actually more money in the subnationals than we have in the federal government. But Nigerians are used to the federal government. So anything that's not working is the federal. That's not working. But the state are hiding under this ignorance to waste resource on things that are not material. And this is where we need to even reorientate our people, that we should be asking our local government chairman, you received 200 million allocation last month. Where was it spent? So we have to start accountability from the grassroots. Because once local government become accountable and the state themselves become accountable to the people, all this crisis of kidnapping, crisis of insecurity, they will be a thing of the past, because as government is making impact in their local environment, you are able to take people out of poverty, and people will have reasons to live and therefore not to die for a cause that is not theirs.
Agreed, the states have a role to play, but the reason the people would always call out the federal government or point fingers at the federal government when things are not going well is because the federal government makes policies that is all binding.
No.
And for instance, the removal of fuel subsidy, was it the state government that made that or the federal government?
Oh yes, oh yes. The entire National Economic Council, which is the council comprising all state governors, the 36 state governors, and the federal Minister of Finance, and the president and the vice president, they sit in that council to take that decision.
Who came out to announce it?
Now that decision was taken. It's not about even the announcement.
Because it is what the people see that they will call.
No, wait. You see, it's not even about the announcement. This is the problem with Nigeria, because we're not following news. The decision was taken in 2022 that by June of 2023, that they should gradually remove subsidy. Maybe it's a mode of communication that the president used that really make it a buzz in the news. Because what the president was actually saying that from June to the end of that year 2023, there was no provision made in the Appropriation Act for subsidy.
My point is this.
And therefore, what he's just simply saying that, well, people have talked about subsidy, now it's not in the budget I'm going to operate. So that's the language. But when he says subsidy is gone, it's as if that he took a unilateral decision. But the state governors were all in the National Economic Council meeting where that decision was taken. So that's not the point. There are, in our constitution, areas where only the federal government can make law.
Yes,
of course, the exclusive list. Now, when you look at the exclusive list, what are the matters in the exclusive list? The matter in the exclusive list are foreign affairs, the defense, communication, and power. Those are the matters that were in the exclusive list. There are other matters that are in concurrent list, where both the federal and the state government can make legislations. So state governments are making policies. So policies don't just originate from the federation account. Now, agriculture, for example, is in the both list, concurrent and the residual list. Now, when you look at the list as powers that are given to the state, the things that state government can do, you find that even the federal government is handicapped in some certain area. Because, take for example, the president was doing his media chat that day, and he said, why would somebody be asking me about agri if I don't have land? Because the Land Use Act 1976 give the power and the ownership to the state. So the federal government had no land. So how can federal government have farms? So why will somebody be accusing federal government that there is hunger in the land? So if there is hunger in the land, the person who owns the land should be accused.
So the reason why all of this happened, which goes back to my point, who says it? Who are the people saying? Who's in front of the people? It's like the caterer at a party that goes about sharing food. But the food was provided by the celebrant or the person who has organized that party. So it's the caterer that they are saying that they call to, I haven't gotten, do you understand? So because there is ignorance on what the concurrent and the exclusive list covers, what the responsibilities of the tiers of government are, you will find people wanting to hold accountable only the man whom they see come out with such pronouncements, the man whose name or the tier of government that carries that information. We've talked about different things here on this table. We've talked about the power, rural electrification, and other aspects. Even in the same last year, we saw the removal of electricity subsidy. That was not a decision made by the state government. Now, there's a meeting, there's a FEC meeting where you have all of them, all the state government, and you also have the federal government all talking. But who do the people see? Okay. So sometimes I think communication is also important. And the communication that the state government make out to their people sometimes makes them act like they are the victims. Oh, we haven't gotten a location. What can we do? So it takes only a few to engage them, to say,
yeah, but you see, this is the question. Take, for example, since the removal of fuel subsidy, FEC allocations has never, since 2023 June, gone below, I think the least it has gone towards 900 billion. It has always been 1 trillion, 1 trillion, 1 trillion, 1 trillion. What does that mean? There is increased money for the states. So in one state the other day, the governor said, I just came in making more money. And everybody seems to have been clapping and say, my predecessor, this was how much he was receiving. My own now, I'm receiving 24 billion. But the 24 billion was not because you have made more money from internally. It was just that more money has come from Abuja to your coffers.
So this tells you that there's a huge knowledge deficit.
This is where we should fill that gap.
Okay, there's something I need to call our attention to here. Fuel subsidy removal. Fine. There was a conversation by the Buhari government of, trying to remove it. He was playing around with it. He was playing around and he was dilly-dallying. At that particular time, the campaign for the elections, Mr. President, then just a campaigner, then was talking about he's going to remove fuel subsidy. Peter Obi, Mr. Atiku, they were all talking they are going to remove fuel subsidy. It's not benefiting the populace. So a new administration came into place. It's not under compulsion to toe the line of the former administration. Tinubu came. If he doesn't want to remove fuel subsidy, he's not bounded by law or by whatever meeting the previous administration had to remove it. No, I'm coming. Just a moment. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. Just a moment.
So that we don't misinform people.
No.
The appropriation of the state, whether it's federal or state government, is a law.
But
once a budget is signed, it becomes a law. For you to violate that budget, you have to go back to the National Assembly or State Assembly that enacted that budget in the first place to amend it. So the president cannot wake up and say, oh, I have a budget that I've come to, because it's coming in midterm.
Just that's why I said you should let me land. I'm not talking about, yes, I know the budget is a law. And when it is part from appropriation bill becomes an appropriation act. I know. This is where I'm going. Even if not going to go with what the previous administration did, he has every right to present a supplementary budget. And that's not an amendment. What Mr. President did, fine, people accuse him he doesn't have any plan in place on the strategy with which to remove fuel subsidy. He just made an announcement because he wants to satisfy campaign promises that he made to the people. No, just a moment.
I'll have to interrupt your thought there because we need to get reactions from the audience at this point.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susan and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power. Why? Money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. On a protest must be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is
For we are the front burners, we don't just sit here and talk, we'll give you the chance to participate, and that's why Evelyn Ohiole will be bringing us feedback right now. Over to you, Evelyn.
Good morning, Blessing. Good morning, Oyin Prayer, and not forgetting Dr. Idaosa Osamanze, the great. All right, welcome on board. It's Posts and Perspectives here, and this is where we feel the pulse of people on social media. We don't just do the talking, we also let you talk, and that is why you should follow us on our social media platforms, SOUQ News TV, all across board, Facebook, Instagram, X, and not forgetting TikTok. Let's start with the slight reduction in fuel price this morning. This post is by Israel DME, and he's saying that government has to put measures in place to ensure that prices of goods and services reflects the reduction in PMS. And moving over to, this is Joke Badmos, and this is on Instagram. She says, for the first time in 10 years, there was no fuel scarcity in December and January. Instead, we saw a reduction. This is a clear indication that the nation is moving forward. And I'd like to stay on Joke's comment, Joke Badmos' comment this morning. Blessing, what do you think? I mean, this particular perspective, she's saying for the first time, we know that towards the end of December, beginning of January, the queues and the different fueling stations can be alarming. But this year, 2025, it's kind of like a different case entirely.
I totally agree with Joke Badmos there, because that was absent, and that's something we should commend about the administration giving us a free UTAD, in the sense that you could just go to the petrol station, buy, and leave, and that's good.
Right, moving over to another topic of discuss this morning, and this is on the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi visit to Nigeria. And this is the point I say, Zhao Shangao. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from. Antonio first. Antonio Dark Flame on IG says, if we have to work in partnership with China, we must make sure we remain at advantage. Our mindset should be they need us more than we need them. And I think I subscribe to what Antonio is saying. Another comment here from C. Governor. C. Governor says, trade between Nigeria and China is only favoring China for now. We import more than 98% of what we export to them. A consuming nation as we are. And another perspective here, still on the Chinese foreign minister's visit to Nigeria. This one is from Bamidele for real. And this is where I ask, Bamidele, are you for real? I hope this visit won't aid more loans, but development. I'm going to be taking, Doc on this one, especially with Antonia's comment. She says, our mindset should be, we need them more than they need us.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no, they need us more than we need them.
I beg your pardon. Actually, China needs us more than we need them. And the thing that the value they get out of us is far much more than the loan that anybody has ever taken from China. And I think what is important is that as a nation, we must be strategic in our relationship with our trade partners anywhere in the world, such that we are not shortchanged at all. Nigeria must emphasize that in terms of what China take out of this place, there must be an equal and proportionate value that is coming into it. If they are digging our ground and they are removing stones, they should not process it in China. Those stones must be processed here in Nigeria and sold out from here to other countries of the world. There you're creating employment here, creating wealth in Nigeria, and they also are getting the benefit and repatriating their profit back. It must be a win-win situation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daosa the Great. Let's move on to the next story this morning. And this is all about money. Who does not love money? I love money. That's why I'm here. TGIM, thank God it's Monday, and that's when you set out to make the money. But when it comes to this particular money, it's on the United States to return $52.88 million Galactica assets to Nigeria, with the major subject here being the former Minister of Petroleum, Alison Madueke. Let's see the very first post here. Swift, the sugar mummy of Lagos. All right, I know one mummy of Lagos. I don't know if this is Shim. but I'll take the post. If people who steal in government are not penalized, then nothing would be done. Blessing, you keep raising valid points. Priye, I also agree with you. Nice job, guys. I am totally glued to my screen. Okay, this is coming from Sugar Mommy of Lagos. And my name is not here. Doctor's name is not here. What's up, Sugar Mommy? That's not fair. All right, moving on, still on this particular huge money, $52.88 million. When I saw this figure, you know what came to my mind? I took out my calculator and I did the maths. Times 1,700, or I think it's 1,650 on the parallel markets now. And it's over 80 billion naira. You know what can do in the present day Nigeria. This one is from Oyetutu Osibajo. Oyetutu says, please use the money to stabilize electricity for Nigerians so they can feel the recovered embezzled money. And I think Doctor was speaking to that this morning on what that huge amount of money can do for us as a country. Chike at Gerald_Udwa Guba says, the only problem is that it would be restalling by the crop of politicians we currently have. Okay, I'm going to take blessing on that, but let me read out this one from Udo Etukudo, which says, where do repatriated funds end up? Nigeria has had many of these repatriation agreements, but none have ever been reflected in the federal budget. I remember the Abacha loot being repatriated back to the country. In fact, some people had a particular, you can call it a phrase for it. They'll say, Babawatin Belonro has sent us another token. For the non-speaking Yoruba people, it simply means that our Father in heaven continues to bless us. But let me take on Dr. Blessing first on this one by Chike, who says that the only problem is that it will be restolen by the crop of politicians we currently have.
Oh, yes. You could also say that the late General Sani Abacha is the Santa of all time. You know, Santa shows up at Christmas with gifts. So the relooted funds comes in like gifts. But the sad thing is, where do they end up? Which is what we've been talking about. How to ensure that it's not money leaving one pocket ending up in another pocket. Yes, they can also keep that money aside and say, okay, for the budget, instead of borrowing, because we usually have budget deficit, this goes into it. Now, when they're marked for projects like this particular one that will be recovered from former Petroleum Minister Dizani Alison Madueke. So for rural electrification, if it goes through, which I think it should go through the Ministry of Power, then the Ministry of Power has to answer for it.
Want to add anything?
Well, I think people talk about rebudgeting.
Where do repatriated funds go? I mean, someone was asking.
The last time that came from the Abacha loot, it was very clear when Switzerland was releasing it, and they felt that they don't want it to be relooted. They suggested a project or a program, a social intervention scheme, that this money should actually be given to the poor of the poor. And it was going to be shared, and they were to generate a list on who get this money. But I think that's a very wrong way. I have never supported palliative in any sense because I feel it adds more to the problem than resolving it. And I feel that what should be done in actual sense is that the Nigerian government must insist on specific projects that can be visible to all and put the money in there. And then we cannot track it to see whether the project is working or not working. But when you're saying you are sending money and you're asking us to use it for rural electrification, my question is, where are the rural areas?
All right, where are the rural areas? Blessing mentioned that she likened General Sani Abacha to Santa Claus. The question is, do we not have a Santa Claus in Madam Diazani Alison Madueke? I mean, that's the question on the lips of some people. Let's move on to our final story this morning. It's a sad one. I am putting on black, and it actually also signifies what is going on in Los Angeles, the United States of America. The wildfire sweeping through Los Angeles is one that is alarming. And I'm going to read this post from Reno Omokri, who says, Los Angeles was heaven on earth last month, and now it is hell on earth. While we pray for God to heal LA, What we can learn from this tragedy is that no condition is permanent on earth. Permanency only exists in the afterlife. Therefore, no matter your present condition, never look down on people unless you are taller than them or admiring their shoes. And never look up to people unless they are taller than you. Because if the city of angels, that's the meaning of Los Angeles, can become a blazing inferno, that should tell you that light can illuminate and also burn. And no, the Hollywood sign has not burnt down. Hashtag Venus Nuggets. Doctor, the inferno sweeping through LA. I saw the video and it looked like it was a movie. You know, the different movies on wildfire that I have seen, it didn't look like this was actually happening to LA. Like Reno says here that sometimes 2 weeks ago, 1 month ago, LA was really, the fancy of so many, but today it is in shambles.
Yeah, wildfire is common in the US and it's always there, and they're always prepared for it. And I think one lesson we can learn from it is how prepared are we for the next form of disaster. They're doing all they can to ensure that they bounce back as quickly as possible. And that is the resilience of the American people and the American economy.
Thank you. All right, that's it on Posts and Perspective this morning. Remember that you can keep talking, and that's by sharing your post on our different social media handles across board, and that is with SOUQ News TV, at SOUQ News TV rather. I am Evelyn Ohiola, and I am going to be handing you over to Blessing.
Thank you, Evelyn O'Hara. Great job there. Just a thought on the Los Angeles wildfire. Yes, one thing that will help them bounce back is a functioning system where there is insurance. The front burners light up again tomorrow. We ask that you do join us. I am Blessing A.H.A. and have been with these two handsome gentlemen, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze and, of course, Pri Joseph. We'll see you.
Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. On a protest must be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because
the cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating costs and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative, as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, argue the wire people.
President Tinubu, look help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
You cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still live up now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why?
The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forex scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
We are not playing because every power, everything is cost. Everything is cost. Not to be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because every power.
The cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating cost and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy coupled with the devaluation of the naira has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria.
Send to him, and if he is convinced, he will act then to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi. My name is Etemere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like no.
Welcome to the news on SOUQ News Television. I am Evelyn Ohiole. First, the headlines. MDAs remit 7 billion naira in Q4 of 2024. UAE and Mexico in talks to bolster trade relations. Brent crude oil reaches over $80 per barrel in world market. And in sports, Ayimba International Football Club draw against Egypt's Al Masry in the 2024-2025 CAF Confederation Cup. Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS) says ministries, departments, and agencies (MDAs) remitted 7.04 billion naira in value-added tax (VAT) to the FIRS in the fourth quarter of 2024. Federal Ministry of Works significantly contributed to these remittances, paying millions on construction contracts. Speaking on the importance of revenue generation to the economy, Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zacchaeus Adedeji, emphasized efforts to enhance tax collection, including expanding VAT to non-resident suppliers like Google and Amazon. Collaborations with the United Nations Development Programme aim to close VAT gaps, targeting 5 trillion naira in VAT revenue by the end of 2024. Meanwhile, the Federal Capital Territory Internal Revenue Service has urged private companies, government ministries, departments, agencies, and employers in the Federal Capital Territory to file their 2024 employee tax returns by January 31 this year. Acting Executive Chairman Michael Ango emphasized that compliance is mandatory under the Personal Income Tax Act 2011. And the pay-as-you-earn regulations. Non-compliance attracts penalties and interests at the current Central Bank of Nigeria's rate of 26.75%. Ango highlighted the importance of voluntary compliance, stating that timely tax remittance supports the FCT's development and aligns with the FCT minister's efforts to modernize the city. In a bid to combat rising food inflation, the federal government of Nigeria has received 32,000 tons of brown rice from Thailand. The Thai brown rice was shipped after the federal government issued a tariff moratorium on wheat, corn, rice, and other food crops in 2024. This policy introduced a 150 duty-free importation of 250,000 metric tons of wheat and maize to replenish the strategic grain reserve. Other plans under the policy include setting guaranteed minimum price for commodities, increasing production among smallholder farmers for 2024 and 2025 season, and promoting fortified food production. Industry experts have commended the policy, saying it would make essential goods more affordable, stabilized, and reduce inflation, thereby easing the financial strain on households. However, the latest Consumer Price Index report from the National Bureau of Statistics showed that Abuja and 19 states recorded food inflation rates above 40% in November 2024. The report highlighted significant increases in food prices across several states, as food inflation witnessed a sharp rise reaching 39.93% in November 2024, up from 32.84% in the same period in 2023. Prices of staple foods such as yam, rice, maize, and palm oil have surged, contributing to the increase in food inflation. Other items such as guinea corn, millet, and meat have also seen notable price hikes. Following reduction in the pump price of petrol by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL), Nigerians have expressed diverse views on the effects of this reduction on the prices of goods and services. NNPCL reduced the ex-depot price of its petrol to 899 naira, barely 3 days after the Dangote refinery announced a reduction to 899 naira 50 kobo in December last year. While this reduction has caused a drop in the price of petrol across NNPCL retail outlets and other independent petroleum marketers' filling stations in the country, the effects seemed unnoticeable, especially as prices of goods and essential services are concerned. Some Lagos residents expressed certain levels of respite in transport fares, while others say cost of transportation has remained unchanged.
I've been a bit lucky because I walk close to my house. I've not really felt much of the impact right now because when we use the BRT, maybe because BRT is not making use of petrol right now, but when we use the BRT, there's usually no bus. And when you want to make use of the yellow buses, they charge you very extra, way more than, and I think it's because they are trying to take advantage of the fact that there's no BRT.
Transportation has been wonderful recently. At least the reduction in the cost of fuel has substantially caused an increase in efficiency.
A lot of people don't like this present regime, but I think the policies are for making the country better. And so I think they should try to sit down and make more friendly policies that can help everyone.
We go for this break. When we come back, more stories still on SOUQ News Television. Do not go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi. My name is Temari Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Trade in the year 2023 of the partnership between the two countries brought about an increased rate of $2.6 billion compared to the $2.1 billion that was made in the year 2022. The trade trajectory further continued in year 2024, rising to $2.2 billion, a 1% increase compared to year 2023. In the meantime, Saudi Arabia's Investment Promotion Authority has signed an agreement with Japan's Mizuho Bank to create more opportunities for businesses between the two countries. The Memorandum of Understanding aims to make it easier for Japanese companies to invest in Saudi Arabia. The MOU was signed by Saudi Assistant Minister of Investment Ibrahim bin Yusuf Al Mubarak and Mizuho Bank CEO Masahiko Kato. Under the agreement, Saudi Arabia will share its knowledge and resources to help Japanese businesses interested in working in the country. This partnership is part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 plan, which focuses on strengthening the country's economy by reducing its dependence on oil and attracting investment from other countries. The plan also encourages international companies to partner Saudi businesses in creating new and exciting opportunities across different industries. Saudi and Japanese officials had earlier met in Riyadh on Sunday for the Saudi-Japanese Joint Business Council meeting, where more than 80 representatives from both countries, companies and organizations discussed issues related to technology, industry advancement and finance. Israel has announced plans to use tax revenues collected from Palestinian Authority to settle a massive debt owed to the Israel Electric Corporation. Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich said nearly 2 billion shekels, equivalent to $544 million, will be redirected to cover the Palestinian Authority's debt to the state-run utility company. Israel had been collecting taxes on goods entering the West Bank and transfers the funds to the Palestinian Authority. However, since the Hamas-led attack on October 7, 2023, Israel has withheld 800 million shekels previously allocated for Gaza administration expenses. Smotrich stated that these frozen funds, currently held in Norway, will now be used to address the Palestinian Authority's outstanding electricity payments. Job vacancies in the UK financial services sector have dropped to their lowest level in 4 years. According to a survey by UK recruiter Morgan McKinley, financial services openings fell to 3,664 between October and December 2024, down from 4,483 in the previous quarter. This marks the lowest level since the economic shutdown during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. A separate Deloitte survey revealed that optimism among chief financial officers, CFOs, has fallen to its worst point since early 2023, with hiring plans dropping at the fastest rate since the pandemic. The downturn has been attributed to Chancellor Rachel Reeves' October budget, which included a controversial increase in employer national insurance contributions. Critics have argued that the policy would increase existing challenges in the financial sector. The findings come as government borrowing costs surge and calls grow for measures to stimulate growth. Brent crude oil reaches over $80 per barrel in world market. This and other stories to come shortly. Stay with us.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the boat abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. So
we've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Thank you for staying with us. News reaching us has it that members of the Lagos State House of Assembly have impeached Speaker Mudashiru Obasa over multiple fraudulent allegations. Obasa was subsequently replaced by his deputy, Lasbat Miranda. Mrs. Miranda, who represents Akpakpa Constituency 1, was also a former chief whip of the House. Mojid Fatai is now the deputy speaker of the Lagos House of Assembly. For the past 3 days, oil prices have continued